How does society progress? How does an economy grow? The answer: voluntary action. For our own self interest, we fulfill each other's needs. Whether in a monetary way or otherwise, whether using markets or outside of them, we profit by making other people better off. I often speak about the double thank you moment, a phrase that John Stossel came up with. When I buy a coffee at Starbucks, the person at the counter says thank you when I make my payment, and I say thank you when I get the coffee. They value the money more than the coffee. I value the coffee more than the money. Both of us are better off in this double thank you moment. It's a positive sum game. And the more such voluntary transactions that take place, the better off we all are. And firms are an important part of this. So much economic activity is organized through firms because firms can serve the needs of people at scale. Most of the good things in our lives, the products, services, the employment comes from firms. So a good barometer of an economy's health is the health of its firms. And in India, we have a huge problem. We haven't allowed our firms to prosper. For decades after independence, the guiding philosophy of the state was a distrust of markets instead of an embrace of them, which is the only rational response. An oppressive state shackled voluntary action in society and kept firms crippled. A series of bad laws and regulations made with good intent but leading to terrible outcomes meant that firms were disincentivized from growing because at various stages, at 10 employees or 20 employees or 100 employees, depending on the law, the cost of expanding would be so much that firms would simply not expand. And when you can't scale your business, you can't scale your service to society, because that is exactly what business is. India should have had the kind of manufacturing revolution China had, but we missed that bus completely because our state, instead of enabling our entrepreneurs, acted as a parasite. So today, our landscape of MSME firms, micro, small and medium enterprises, consists mainly of micro firms with low productivity. One challenge we face as a nation: how do we get them to scale the way they do in other countries? A further challenge that then appears is: how do we get our small and medium firms to grow even bigger? Some of the answer has to do with getting the state out of the way. And since 1991, things have improved a little, but only a little. But this challenge of driving towards a modern economy can also be met from within civil society, from within markets. That's what this episode is about.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guests today are my good friends Sudhir Sarnobat and Narendra Shenoy. Sudhir was my guest on episode 350, and he's just started a fantastic firm called How Frameworks. How Frameworks begins with a problem statement. Many SMEs, small and medium enterprises, get stuck and can't grow beyond a point. There is a set of reasons behind this, which are a combination of universal reasons and local contextual reasons. How Frameworks provides a set of different frameworks to thinking about this. Sudhir's co-founder, Rajendra Bagwe, is a legendary entrepreneur himself who spent decades helping other SME owners in Maharashtra with a community that he runs. This business is an attempt to institutionalize his insights and that community. We'll talk more about it in this episode, and I saw this really as an opportunity to understand India's MSME landscape much better. Sudhir has deep knowledge of this domain, and so does our good friend, the raconteur Narendra Shenoy, who runs an SME himself and has decades of stories about it, as you'll figure out right at the start of this episode. So let's get rolling with this conversation. But first, let's take a quick commercial break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is: how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their daily reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees, 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Sudhir and Naren, welcome to the Seen and the Unseen.
I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So we are going to talk about SMEs. That's basically what, and I am a card-carrying SME owner. Right? So I have my own SME, and I've been in the SME world for decades now. Things have changed. They've got a lot better, and at the same time, things haven't either. One of the first experiences that I had, not my own experience, it was a neighbor who was manufacturing something which went, it was a neutral kind of item, but it also went into refrigerators, it also went into air conditioners. And as luck would have it, they had like refrigerators was a very low rate of duty, excise, and air conditioners was really high.
Mm-hmm.
And this gentleman was raided.
Uh-huh.
He was raided for supplying what the excise department said was, supplying air conditioner components labeled as refrigerator component.
Okay.
And it was brutal.
Mm-hmm.
That guy was destroyed by that raid. And then he wound up. He had to just close down shop and go away. And the curious thing that happened after that was, so he was, I think he was an old man, so he lost the will to continue this work. But his company, basically, they had a lot of machines. The supervisors got together and bought the company.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they had the customers, they had the know-how, they had the machinery, and two companies started out of that. One made refrigerator parts, one made air conditioner parts. And as far as I know, 30 years later, they are doing amazingly well. So this is how the MSME world functions. Is strange. For somebody, it is a death knell. For somebody, it's a start. Yeah. So it's this bizarre world that I think Sudhir is doing human service in making sense out of. So I can't wait to get started with.
See, I think worldwide, if you see MSMEs, means people feel that ki large corporations run the world, but that's truly not true. Almost more than 95% companies are MSME companies. And
it's a staggeringly high number, actually.
Yeah, very, very high number. Means in Germany, the Mittelstands are 99.4%.
What?
So only just 0.6% companies are big companies. 99.4% companies are Mittelstand. The small companies, so they have a definition that less than 500 employees or less than 500 million euros. If you're the revenue, then they are called Mittelstands. And then they have lower Mittelstand, upper Mittelstand and all. But world over, you go to US, you go to Southeast Asia, you go to Europe, you go to Latin America and India and China. Everywhere, the small and medium businesses are almost more than 95%. The another interesting part is that more than 60-65% people work in MSMEs. So we feel that large companies really give employment. It is not true. It is MSMEs who generally build the employment, right from, so you take multiple statistics for across the world, but 50 to 66%, 67% is the kind of employment. And as part of GDP, anything ranging between 35-36% to 50%. So they are also almost half of GDP that they run. And this is basically, I will say that it's a spine of any economy in any country, and that's how they work. But yes, they have their own challenges. China has figured out a way through government intervention and a lot of policies, good policies, and a lot of capital. The European Mittelstands, which are basically the SMEs there in entire Europe, mostly in Germany, they are resilient. They are fantastic. They have really, so China works on economies of scale and low cost, while Germany focuses on quality and worldwide reach. So they will go into 1 or 2 or 3 max sectors, products, and they will become number 1 or number 2 in that particular sector, and they will sell across the world. So, and these companies are not really in big industrial states or a place. They are all small townships. A small town has a one middle stand there, and that one middle stand is taking care of everything. When it comes to India, we have almost 6.2 crores MSMEs. But out of the 6.2 crores MSMEs, almost 6.13 crores are micro. So only 6 to 7 lakh are SMEs, small and medium enterprises. Now, if you see the medium enterprises, which are defined between 100 crores to 500 crores, those are hardly some 7 or 10,000. And maybe remaining 5.5 lakh are the small enterprises. So the definition in India is that if you have an investment of 2.5 crores and if your revenue is up to 10 crores, then you are called a micro enterprise. If your investments are around 25 crores and you are from, say, let's say 10 crores to 100 crores, then you are called a small enterprise. And the medium is you have 125 crore investment or 100 to 500 crore revenue turnover, then it is the middle enterprise. And the moment you cross 500 crore, you go beyond. Now, if you see, really, we have so many micro. So a restaurant is a micro. A typical chai wala, if he is doing, let's say 30, 40, 50 lakhs, that person also would be a micro enterprise. And there are a whole lot of micro enterprise. The idea is basically that we need to move a lot of micros from micro to small and small to medium, because that's where the real game starts. That's where the economies of scale come. That's where the profitability comes. That's where the brand building comes. That's where the reach happens, the world over reach, whatever reach want. Now, India has a distinct advantage like China. We have 1.4 billion people. China had 1.2, 1.3 billion people. So the domestic consumption becomes good. So you, as a company, you start catering to the domestic demand, and over a period of time, after catering to that domestic demand, testing your product, improving your economies of scale, then you can move to exports. And export is where the profitability is because of the currency exchange rate and all that. But that's where the fun is. And that is the biggest advantage in India. But then we have really not grown beyond that micro stage. The struggle really is to moving from micro to small and small to medium. That's the real struggle in India.
The little quantum jumps. Yeah.
So I want to do a bit of context setting here and just take one further step back. And by the way, that's a moving story, Naren and Sudhir. You gave a great sort of potted understanding of the role that MSMEs play across the world. And just to break it up for my listeners, like, what are MSMEs and why am I talking about something that seems so arcane? And I just want to say it is not arcane. It is critical to our well-being. MSMEs are micro, small and medium industries. And I want to go to a fundamental point that Ajay Shah and I keep talking about in our show, Everything is Everything, where we have a bunch of episodes centered around firms. And the core point that Ajay keeps making, which most people don't realize, is that a society advances because of firms. Like, if you think of how do we progress, how do we reach prosperity, we do it through voluntary exchanges between consenting adults, right? Because every voluntary exchange between any two people is a double thank you moment. Both people are better off. It's a positive sum game that is being played. How do these exchanges typically take place? They don't take place just individual to individual as back in the day through the barter system, that I'll give you my laptop, you give me 3 chickens. I don't know if such an exchange has ever taken place, but you have a system of finance that comes up, and you have firms that form, and those firms trade with each other. Entrepreneurs enter a market because they want to be, some individual decides that there is a gap in the market. He can make money for himself by making other people better off. And all of this is organized through firms, right? So firms are, in a sense, the fundamental unit that you should think about when you think of human progress. And the nature of firms and how they evolve plays a very big part. Like I did an episode with Timur Kuran, where he spoke about the Middle East and how it so happened that the Middle East, despite having more progressive laws in the 10th century, happened to stay further back and didn't really progress, and all their firms stayed small. And I will just point listeners to that episode, but it's fascinating. Ajay and I had an episode of Everything is Everything called The Beauty of Finance, I think episode 21, where we also spoke about this, and you can hear it there. But what essentially happened was, due to accidents of history, firms in the Middle East couldn't get big. A stock market never emerged. A financial system never evolved. Centuries passed like that till things started to get better, while in the West they did. And the West flourished for that reason. And part of the reason is that small firms became medium-sized firms became big. And that is a key part of the journey, as Sudhir pointed out. It's a journey that you make, because in that journey you find economies of scale, creative destruction happens, etc., etc. And the West has done this very well. And in India, unfortunately, due to a cornucopia of labor laws, industrial laws, etc., etc., our micro industries were practically forced to stay micro. It was not in the interest of a micro industry to become medium, because the regulatory burden would be too much, and it was just less of magajmari and less of a headache to either stay in the informal sector or to stay small. And that's just the way it is. So we find ourselves in the very unusual situation that, as you pointed out, Sudhir, that, out of 6.2 crore MSMEs, 6.13 are micros. That's just a bizarre and troublesome sort of situation. So this is the landscape. Take me a little further into within this landscape. What are the mentalities like and how people look at this landscape? Because I remember, when we were growing up in the 80s and 90s, and if you look at cinema from even earlier, your typical Hindi film villain was always a businessman, the Lala, the Seth. And the industrialist was always the caricature and the villain. And there was a lot of cronyism, so one can also understand where those feelings kind of came from. As people who build, industries like that yourselves, I don't know whether you're micro or small, Naren, or perhaps medium, forgive me, but as people who've, built companies yourself in the past, what has been your sense of that journey in terms of how hard was that journey for you in terms of the people around you, the society around you, and how hard was it from a regulatory point of view, where, as in the case of the story that you just told, Naren, that the state almost assumes you to be guilty until deemed innocent. You are by default the criminal. And if you manage to come out of that and somehow prove your innocence, you could be so broken, or there is so much friction in that process that you say ki theek hai aur nahi hoga. And there's so much lost in that journey. So give me a sense of your journeys individually, so I can get a sense of what that journey can be like for all of these people who are on that path.
So in my case, I grew up, my company grew. I started my own company. I didn't have a background in manufacturing or in business, because my father was a doctor, and literally no one in our family was ever. So when I took the plunge, I found very quickly that you were constantly butting heads with the system, and it's very menacing. So how people come. So when the system, the representative, it could be a labor officer, it could be the factories inspector, it could be anyone who comes, his objective is to extract money from you. Okay. And in order to do that, he has to terrify you first. And almost all of them, at least back in the day, had the power to close your shop down. And he would just first start off with that. It's the whole experience. I was 26 years old when I started. It was traumatic. And this used to happen on almost a monthly basis. Someone or the other to come. And it is so ridiculous. I mean, some of these laws, I didn't know it at that time, but later, and those laws still exist. You have, if you have a manufacturing unit in Bombay, you typically making do with 500 or 1,000 square feet, not more than that. And the law requires you to keep 3 feet or 1 meter or something like that between the machine and the wall, and between machine and things like that. So if you have a 500 square feet, literally you can't, you have just one machine and all the workers have to sit outside. So you start with laws which are impossible to comply with. And then the person who's in charge of ensuring the compliance becomes your extortionist. And we also see that once a company becomes a particular size, the demands go up. So there is a lot of socialism in that. So in our industrial estate, somebody came and it was I forget what it was, some municipal guy, and he demanded 5,000 rupees from me. I gave him that 5,000 rupees. And later I found that everyone else had given only 1,000 rupees. So I was like, I felt cheated. So I caught this gentleman outside and I told him, kya yaar tum? So he said, साहब आप तो बड़े हो ना, तो वो तो छोटे लोग हैं, इसके लिए 1,000 rupees. So it's the coded message here is don't grow too big. And then literally everyone else tells you, boss, so all of us in the small scale know HUF very well. Right? So you have one HUF in your name. If you have any male children, each of them has an HUF.
What's an HUF?
Hindu Undivided Family. Okay, it's like a part. Yeah. So you own a company. Let us say Amit Verma owns a company, and Amit Verma has your turnover is growing. So let's say your company is called Amit Engineering, and you start another company called Verma Engineering and another one called Amit Kumar Engineering and things like that. But you can't be the same owner. You need different tax entities. So all you have to do is you have to start an Amit HUF, Amit Verma HUF. So you can have Amit Engineering, which is a sole proprietorship of Amit Verma. You can have another Amit Kumar Engineering, which is, things like that.
There's no Kumar in my name. Just
but you can.
I can.
Everyone is like, all Indians have the right to be either Kumar or Kumari, apparently. It's like, it's there enshrined somewhere in the... So what is hard-coded, and where I'm coming from, is the wisdom that you stay small, stay under the radar. I'm talking for manufacturing. Manufacturing has, it's like plants, right? So plants have all these chemical defenses because plants can't run away. So manufacturing guys can't run away. If you're a trading guy, you can shut shop in Malad and you can go to Goregaon and start, and it'll be a different municipal officer, and you can start. Manufacturing guy is screwed basically. He has to be in the same place. So he has that manufacturer develops his own chemical defenses, basically is morphing into smaller. So all of us, we would operate in 3 or 4 galas. Consider how inefficient this is. Okay, so I get a slab of steel which I have to machine into a particular size. Then that goes and some precision holes are drilled. That goes and then some welding is done on that, and that. So it goes to 4 different galas. Somebody has to go carry it. All your workers, like from gala 1 to gala 2, he's basically standing in the corridor and smoking a bidi. So his productivity diminishes a lot. And he has basically no incentive to work because, and the overall efficiency of the system decreases like anything. What is the government, and where do we get our business from? We get our business from big companies. So we used to supply to Mahindra, we used to supply to L&T, we used to supply to Videocon, all these people. The reason is they would probably have done a much better job in their own factory, but they had all these problems themselves. They were too big. So they farmed out their, operations to the people. So it was always that Ronald Coase's theory of firms. You do in your firm whatever you are really good at, and whatever you are not, wherever you don't benefit, you do it outside. And that never operated. You didn't do anything in your firm because you're good at it. It's just because somebody else couldn't do it in their firm. That's why a lot of inefficiency just accumulated in the system. Then somebody woke up a few years ago and realized that, hey, we need to have MSMEs and tried. So now, to be honest, we have a lot of so one of the things that we used to battle is octroi. Right? So I don't know if people know, listeners know what octroi is. Octroi was a tax at the toll gates of the city, at the entrance to the city. Whatever material you bring in, and Bombay had a perniciously high 5%. So 5% of the value, a typical truck would be like a few lakhs. So 5% of that you had to pay. And it did not matter what your invoice said. The octroi officer could independently assess its value. So it was like a open invitation to extort. So, and you could, so what typically people would do, it was like a 1 lakh rupee material, you would come with a 10,000 rupee invoice. That guy says, no way, this is 10,000 rupees, this is actually 10 lakhs, you haggle, whatever. And you pay the guy, you settle out and you pay the guy a bribe, which is the difference. That's how it's also hugely inefficient. So there would be huge queues piled up outside octroi gates, miles. And you get calls, so your material is coming, you order some special kind of steel from somewhere, has come, and you got some super unreasonable guy at the entry who says that, hell no, I am not accepting this evaluation. And at 2 a.m, you have to go and plead, because the octroi guy knows that if you come, you have because you're the owner of the company, you have the power to sign. If he harasses you enough, he'll get a few. All that went away. When GST came, all these taxes. So that smoothed out immeasurably.
Just one side story there. Interesting side story. So do you know that when octroi went away, also the dance bars went away?
Yeah.
Have you observed that all the dance bars in Bombay were around Octroi Naka? One at Mira Road, one at Mulund, and places like that. So all the cash that was going as a bribe would be spent in all these dance bars in Bombay, because all the officers would go and enjoy that. So the entire circuit was that. If you see that entire circuit, the cash will be spent over there in those places. And once that octroi went, the entire entire industry collapsed.
A classic example of the seen and the unseen.
Seen and unseen, absolute seen and the unseen. Yes, Naren, go ahead.
Continue.
Yeah, so that improved. Then back in the day, you would have random people, factory inspectors, labor inspectors, all kinds of. The factory inspector is the most useless guy. He comes, he's supposed to be in charge of he's supposed to certify the safety of your factory. He comes and he gives you a certificate, essentially says that you are responsible for the safety of. So my question is, what have you done? What have you contributed? Nothing. There are no observations, nothing. So those kind of things, and they used to basically, come for whatever little. One good thing I would have to say about all these general people who would come for bribes and all, they were very good at assessing what people could bear. So, and they're very humane also. So, if they thought that, like 1,000 rupees would kill you, they would take 500 rupees and go. So, all that humanity and, the normal
empathy,
milk of human kindness was there. But overall, it made for a very inefficient.
But it's kind of self-interest also. I mean, if 1,000 rupees can kill you and he takes 1,000, then the next time he gets nothing.
Absolutely.
So you got to calibrate. Finally, no, I mean, I many years ago, I did an episode with our friend Madhu Menon, who told me about how in the restaurant business, he'd have to deal with, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he would give up to 40 bribes a month. And he would always be breaking the law, because the excise department would insist that there can only be one entrance to the restaurant, because they want to monitor the flow of alcohol, and the fire department would say there have to be multiple entrances for obvious safety reasons. So no matter what happens, you're breaking the law and you're basically bribing both people, and it's just a sign of most people, they normalize this and they don't realize the cost that the extractive state takes. Like whenever something is stuck at the octroi Naka all the time. And I remember vaguely in Mihir Sharma's book Restart, there was this anecdote about how, if I remember correctly, it was if you wanted to send something from Hyderabad to Chennai or Chennai to Bangalore or whatever, 2 cities in neighboring states, it was cheaper to do so via Paris than across the state borders, because just the friction and the delay and the bribes and everything would actually kill you. And who paid the price for that? We paid the price for that. The companies paid the price for that. The consumers paid the price for that. Society paid the price for that. And of course, some things are better, but many things are not, and the mindset remains.
I'd like to tell you, though, I take this opportunity, a longish and slightly irrelevant anecdote, but the good part is the octroi guy gets his comeuppance in this anecdote. So here's what happened. I had a friend who used to make blanks for gear blanks for a automotive company. He would also supply odds and ends little things to do job work for BARC. So he had got a certificate from the BARC saying that this gentleman, this particular company is a supplier, registered supplier to the BARC, and the material that is coming in and out is exempt from octroi because it's a BARC. So on this, obviously that was only for the BARC material. But on the strength of that paper, this guy used to smuggle all kinds of material. So he had one unit outside the octroi limits and one inside, and material is to go back and forth, and he was merrily using this certificate and getting by. One day he was caught by lower down, the octroi inspectors wouldn't really, they would see a government car, Ashok stamp and something written, and so they used to just let him go. But the other senior guy, he said, nothing doing. It says BARC material. What is there in your car? And he's smuggling all in his personal car. So he says, sir, it is BARC material. He says, open the hatch, show me. And it's patently not BARC, it's all gear blanks. Any idiot can see there. It's not a BARC, it's a whole trunk full of that. So quick thinking guy, what he does is, he gives him the keys. He says, sub, you open the dicky yourself. He stands, goes 10-15 feet away, covers his crotch with both his hands. Okay? And he says, Saab, aap khol do. Aap dekh lo. And this guy is, he says, why are you standing like that? He says, no, it's BARC material is radioactive. It affects your
libido.
Yeah. So, काम करना बंद हो जाता है कभी-कभी. लेकिन आपको कुछ नहीं होगा, आप खोल.
कुछ नहीं होगा.
And this guy is Sala Haram Jada, this, that, go to hell, take it. So, yeah, sometimes it was possible to defeat the octroi guys. Kabhi-kabhi ye bhi hota tha.
This is an absolutely magnificent sort of story. Is there any estimate of the damage that such policies and such an extractive state has actually done to the economy, not in terms of how much money they've extracted, but the larger cost, which I guess one proxy for it would be that in Western countries, how many micro industries become small and then become medium, and what is the progression that you would ideally expect in a healthy economy, and to what extent has that not happened in India? And therefore, is there a way to sort of estimate what is the damage, perhaps not in numbers, but just in terms of,
Technically, almost around 30 to 40% of your MSMEs should be in the small segment. And then, so micro can be, let's say, around 50%, around 30% to 35% can be small. And then the medium around 15%. Now we have hardly 0.5% of medium. And that is all cost, basically, because that's the business that you have lost. That's the business that that's the opportunity to get people out of poverty that you have lost. And it has always been like this that, so typically your PF, I think until 20 employees, you can't have, you did not to have PF. Otherwise the PF is mandatory. Now, people would want to keep it at 15 people or 20 people or 19 people, not even 20, 19 people. And you create 5 different companies of 19 people each. And then you solve that problem of PF inspector coming to your factory or any other way. So this entire mentality of remaining small, nobody really looked at the kind of a benefit that one would get. Everybody looked at by remaining small, how can we beat the system, how can we beat the government, and kind of continue. See, also in India, when we see very rarely, hardly maybe 2, 3 or 4% businesses really came into market with a thought process that there is a gap in the market, and then we can fill up that gap. Everybody generally in India comes because they know something, and they are like not very, I would say, they don't like rules. They want to try something on their own. They know something well, and then they get out and start business. And then they start figuring out how, who can I sell, what can I make, which people want, and then they start building one over other. So it's always one story on another story and another story. That very incremental approach is what we have had. So that structure is not present at any point of time to start, and because of that structure not being there, that smallness basically helps. So you try and figure out what you can do, and if you hit, let's say, 5-10 crores, 20 crores revenue, and that helps you take something like, say, 50, 60, 70 lakhs, people generally remain happy in that. People really don't see beyond, because that entire journey has been so difficult, so excruciating, that you do this and you stay comfortable. And at no point of time there has been talk that yes, you become big. This last 5 years, 10 years, we are seeing India opened up in 1992, and we started seeing what it could do for choice, what it could do for becoming bigger, what it could do for having prosperity. But until then, we were not at all there. And remaining small also helped us, because that could also avoid us having unions. Because unions, the moment you become a certain size, then the unions will come in. And unions, at that point of time, the unions were all very combative, which means that it is either you give them the money that they expect, or the company is closed down. And we have seen so many of companies, the companies in Bombay, the factories in Bombay closed down because of that unionism at that point of time. So I think remaining small is, I think, a mindset. It is a conditioning of entrepreneurs in India that was done over a period of time, as policies and the entire natural environment that was there, that made us think in small. It never gave us any opening towards we can do something different, better, because there were too many fears. And what happens is that once you start building a company and you start creating certain assets, then you want to protect those assets. So you are looking for existential threats. And if the union is an existential threat, don't do it. If a government policy or government official is an existential threat, don't do it. So you start not doing things which will make you big. So that has always, so it is more about a mindset. But I think that's changing over the last 15, 20, 25 years. We are seeing that change. On the policy side, this new definition of MSME, where 10 crores, 100 crores and 500 crores, these are recent developments. I think then they came in 2020, not before that. So earlier than that, we were all wanting to be a small and remain small only.
Speaking of unions, can I tell an
Please.
unrelated,
Please.
amusing story?
Of course,
So
of
there's
course.
an
We are big
which
fans
used
of
to be
unions.
an MSME. It became big, this company, and there was a strong union, and it was these unions. They were called Doctranchi Union. Doctranchi Union means
Datta
Samad. And they were the most scariest. So this company got Doctranchi Union. And the driver, so this the boss man had a driver who expected, because he was the boss's driver, he expected an unreasonably high salary. HR department said, you can't give. They had a policy of giving the same increments for everyone. Can't give you. So this guy said, I'll teach this guy a lesson. Now, because it was union, he would basically stop, not turn up. So he would know if there's an important meeting, boss had to go somewhere, he just not turn up on that day. And if he sort of, if they tried to put another driver there, the union guy would go and complain. And the reason given was this guy had a huge headache. So he had a terrible headache, he couldn't come. So because it was a medical ground, he couldn't, and he'd come with a certificate also. The local guy would say, a terrible headache, he can't. There's no way of getting around this. And that guy was, the poor MD would happily give him also, but the HR people are saying that, sir, if we give this guy this, all the other drivers, there will be a cascading effect, we can't afford it. And they appointed one consultant who happened to be a friend of mine, and that consultant solved it His father actually solved it in a very good way. So next time this happened, he, so they had one, this guy had a friend who ran a hospital. He took him into confidence. Driver said, I have a headache, I can't come. So they went to that fellow's house with an ambulance, picked him up, physically picked him up, put him into the ambulance, rushed him siren screening to this friend's hospital, wheeled him straight in the operating theater. There were 4 or 5 doctors, lights facing. I don't know if you've seen old style operating theater, you have these huge lights, everything. And so this guy is like flummoxed. He doesn't know what happened. And the doctor comes with the largest pair of shears he can find. And he tells him that you have a very serious brain sort of disease in your head. And, we have to cut it up. And there's a 50-50 chance you may not make it. But if we don't do it, you'll not make it at all. You're going to die in any case. So this guy is going to put the mask onto you, then you will not remember anything, and I'm going to do the surgery. And this guy started wailing and screaming, no, no, no. And he confessed that he was just making all this up. It doesn't really have. And they had their whatever recorders or whatever, and that was evidence enough. They could fire this guy. So this is the extent to which you had to go if you want to neutralize union bazi back in the day.
Yeah, but then I think there is a huge change in that, because I have a couple of years back in Nasik, when I was on a couple of companies board, at one of the companies we received a notice that this is a new union, and then they are forming, and then they are seeing that there is some wrong practices are going on in your company, and that random letter had gone to almost around 70-80 companies in that industrial area. And that guy is going to form the union, and this is going to be the new union and all that. And that guy was some random gangster gunda type person, and he has been wanting to kind of mobilize and trying to play on basically laborers mentality that I will give you better rise. Why are you living with this 10% rise? I can give you better rise, something like that. And then all these entrepreneurs then basically met the local MP and MLA and all that, and said, what is this going on? You want us to do business or not? You're fine, no problem. If you don't want us to do business, we'll move our businesses from here. Now every politician has understood now. Earlier they used to support the labor union. Now they know that they have to support the industry, because industry brings prosperity. That brings basically happiness to people. And that brings them votes, because everybody doing good is better. That particular that Gunda who was trying to get that union over there was sent a notice by police. So police said nothing like this, we will not allow it. He was allowed external notice. So for next 60 days, something like that, he cannot come in that area, periphery area. They put an order and said, okay, if you are basically found, you will be arrested and put behind the bars. So this change in last 20 years is amazing. That where the basically the executive branch, where the police, everybody is trying to support you. If somebody is coming and wanting to extract money from you or exploit you because under the garb of being union, this will not be there. I think this was unheard of 30 years, 40 years back. This was unheard of.
In fact, this sets the stage for the next part of the discussion that we want to have. Is now the environment is pretty decent for SMEs.
True.
Now you can start an SME, practice your trade, do whatever you want to do without fear of being chivied by very, unfair or very sort of invasive kind of policies.
So the Inspector Raj, I think, is something which is bit away. That is not there. So that in fact, you used to be worried about some labor officer will come, some excise officer will come, koi VAT wala aega. That is not there. I think you can, if you do absolute clean business, all money coming in check, I think that the entire system is great now. Then you don't have those challenges. Now the challenges are more from the policy perspective, the infrastructure perspective, the finance perspective. The challenges are different. Those challenges are gone. I think what we used to see 30 years back, 40 years back, let's say 25 years back, those challenges are gone now. I think the new challenges are there. And these new challenges are again in comparison, because you are seeing the world moving differently, and we are not going there, and what can be done for that, and those are becoming the new challenges. That's what I feel.
Yeah, and I think it's important to sort of make the point that I keep talking about, that people will use the term informal economy as if it is a bad thing, as if these are people breaking the law and these are shady businesses happening. And the truth is absolutely not. The truth is that often there was no way but to be in the informal economy because of the tremendous cost and friction of dealing with the extractive state and being part of the formal economy that way. You know, like apun ka kya hai ki I want to run a business, I'm doing good for people, that is the only way I can make money. But if the headache and the magajmari is so much that you simply cannot survive,
True.
then you choose to stay outside the ambit of the lights,
I have
as
to
it were.
tell you the amusing thing. So back in the day, you couldn't import anything at all. Okay. Then after this 1991 reforms, there was a category, most things moved into that category called Open General License.
OGL. Yeah.
So you could import things, payment of duty, but you could import. You didn't have to take an import license. So this OGL became the code. So if you wanted to do something, so people ask you, sub legal karna hai ya OGL karna hai?
But I think we know that story of Infosys. No, Infosys wanted to. So that time, the fax machines were the important things, and these I think Infosys guys were doing business, so they wanted to import a fax machine. And that fax machine, they asked that, why do you need fax machine? Because fax machine is needed only by the print and news media. So basically, they will get fax machine. You cannot have the license. So then they said that how the business, we are doing the business, and how we communicate fast, and we need to give responses and all that. And then okay, fine, okay, you can get one fax machine, and then they had to give the what fax machine model that you have to give. So they gave some model and all that, and it took almost some 12 months or 18 months or something like that for getting that license. And by that time, that particular model had gone out of date, and the new model had come, and getting that new model machine was a challenge for them. I think we have seen those kind of horrors.
There's Montek Singh Ahluwalia in his book talks about something Narayan Murthy told him, that basically in 1983, Infosys wanted to import a Data General MV8000 computer with 3 removable disk drives and a capacity of 200 MB. So months and months went by. They made many trips to New Delhi. Finally, they got the import license, right? But by the time they got the license, there was now a new disk drive with a capacity of 300 MB, which was 30% cheaper. And obviously now they wanted this, and it is cheaper and it can do more. But no, you know, the license has a model number. And so for again months, you're making visits to get a new license with the new model number that they want. And you know, the orthogonal amusement in this story is ki 200 MB to 300 MB. So I have a question. You speak about the environment changing, and my question is, one, lay out for me the ways in which the environment changed in terms of the old challenges which are no longer there and the new challenges which have come up. And also tell me about how this affects the mindsets of small entrepreneurs, because what I would assume is that there is a lag in the environment changing and the mindset changing, because there'll be a certain kind of fear and distrust and diffidence which will be part of the mindset. Which will take longer to adapt and to change, where, because you know, the policy environment is also unpredictable. You're wondering ye kitna chalega, 2 saal se raid nahi hua, lekin can there, you know, can inspectors land up again, etc., etc. So give me a sense of that.
You know, we have this human thing of the fight or flight response. So anything. So if you're sitting here and let us say there's a cupboard outside this room falls and there's a loud noise. All of us, we know that, you know, whatever that was, it's not dangerous. Just something fell and it's not even going to, but all of us, if you measure your heart rate, it'll go up a little bit.
Though how a cupboard falls is also something I'm interested in, because how do cupboards fall?
How do cupboards fall if people like we are sitting, for the audience, we're sitting in amidst very well stocked library, and it's absolutely groaning with books. So It's not hard to imagine one of these cupboards falling. Yeah, but how do
But when we
cupboards fall?
recorded a solo episode here, we're on the 27th floor, and at one point we freaked out because Narendra looked outside the window, and I saw a look of shock on his face, and I followed his gaze and looked outside the window, and there was a man there. And we're on the 27th floor, and window cleaning was happening, and there was scaffolding and all of that. But we actually, so it was a podcast with a live audience of one dangling, a long way above the air.
Okay.
So yeah, my point is that because of you instinctively go into the chalk mode, and because so this apparently works in when you go on a roller coaster, the body is scared, right? But the mind isn't, because mind knows it's safe. So you go down and up and the whole thing, and your body is doing all those, putting all those hormones out and all the scare, and the mind is basically enjoying that rush of hormones because of the safety thing. So in the good old days, that safety was not there. So the guy who came around to your business genuinely had the power to put you out of business. Now it is not so. So we are ready to sort of experience the thrill of now going up. The problem is that flight or fight response still kicks in. Whenever there's the slightest problem, you automatically try to huddle yourself down and save whatever you have. That's something that needs to go out of the MSME space. To give you an example, I have a 10 crore rupee turnover, let's say. So I'm earning about a couple of crores per annum. After all expenses and all, taxes and whatever, I'm easily taking home 1 crore rupees. A lot of money in India. 1 crore rupees per annum, you are princely. You can take your trips to whatever, Japan, England, everything. You don't want to jeopardize that 1 crore. You don't care if that 1 crore is the loss aversion that's happening. You don't want to jeopardize that 1 crore in favor of earning 10 crores more. You are like, who the hell cares if I have 1 crore or 10 years? And you consciously decide not to grow. But times have changed. There are two ways in which one is your 1 crore itself, because world is changing so fast. Your business is not constant for. All of us have evolved. Assuming that L&T is going to give you subcontracting orders forever. L&T used to give make a lot of switchgear and give a lot of orders to switchgear vendors. L&T is more or less exited out of the switchgear business. It doesn't make sense for L&T to make switchgear anymore. What has happened to all those vendors? They are basically out of business. They're clever people. They would have found something else to do, but you cannot rely on that. So now the imperatives have changed. In order to protect your 1 crore, you must see that you make 10 crores. You have to grow. And that's where you have to somehow conquer that fight or flight.
So that's what I'm seeing, that in the market, the external environment is such that what you have is not at all kind of protected. You need to move, you need to change, you need to figure out ways to do same thing better every year. And that efficiency, the biggest thing that happened is that we saw a whole lot of the entire 1980s to 2010, those 30 years, the China really changed the entire scene. And we have seen products basically picked up from China, marketed in India, and brands like Lava and all those phones, they put some great advertising of 20, 30 crores and imported stuff from China and became a 200 crore, 300 crore companies in just
almost
1-2 years.
overnight, yeah.
1-2 years they became that. So anybody can actually destabilize your business if you do not remain on your toes. So that resilience, that being alert is the new thing. So now you are not worried about whether somebody is forming a union in your company. You are worried about, is there a new competitor coming in on the horizon and who can throw me out of business. So how do I remain on top of things? So I've seen last 20 years or 20-25 years, a lot more Indians go to international exhibitions and see what is happening over there. The huge, you would not have seen so many Indians, but now if you go to any exhibition, you go to Hanover, you go to Frankfurt, you go to Dubai, and you will see a lot of Indians, a lot of Chinese. and everybody is like going and trying to see. So that is a welcome change, that you want to know what is happening in the world. You want to bring those things back to India. You want to kind of integrate them into your businesses, and you want to improve your businesses. I think that's a huge welcome change. That's what I'm seeing more. I'm seeing more people going to. So in India, finance is still really a big challenge. We know that almost around 530 billion is the gap for the finance. So,
Wow.
so the kind of that working capital and overall capital need for MSMEs is almost around $820 billion, and what we are catering to is around $290, $300 billion. The rest of almost around $530 billion is the gap. That's the RBI, R. Swaminathan, I think, report, or he had given a lot of lectures on which he has been
Why
talking
the
about
gap?
it. This gap is because in India, I think not everybody has been clean when it comes to the loan side. I think between 2010-12 to 2020, the government banks were, the state-owned banks were recapitalized with almost around 8 lakh crore of rupees. Where did all that money go? These are all defaults and large loans. So that crony capitalism is still there. Some politicians, some top person tells that he give them the loan, and then that loan gets kind of they went on to default. This is one is crony capitalism. Second is the way things are changing in the world, that whatever assumptions that you take, like typically the solar industry, now the governments give guarantees to all the solar, you put up solar plant and we will buy energy at this price, and then when the energy became available, they found out that 6 rupee or 8 rupee rate is no more sustainable when the rate could be 4.5, and then suddenly I have a contract based on which I have picked up finance from the bank, and that contract itself is no more valid. Now what I was supposed to get as 6 rupee as a rate, now I am saying that you have to accept at 4.5. Now that 1.5 is the money is suddenly lost, and that was all profit that I had, which I would have then paid my loan, repaid my loan and the interest there, and now that is no more valid. So one is crony capitalism. Second is changing market conditions over there, because of which there is a huge loss. Now with the huge loss, the bankers are now trying to become kind of very, very protective of their own capital. So what are they trying to say? They're telling entrepreneurs that bring full collateral. So if you want 2 crore or 10 crore loan, get a collateral for that and a personal guarantee. Now I think that's a crazy thing. Now a business is a business. If a business goes bankrupt, that should go. Why should that come on to the personal side? In US and other advanced countries, the business is treated separate, the individual is treated separate. What you give to business is business. Now in India, we just saw, I think recently, that Blue Smart or that money laundering. So that keeps happening. And with these few bad apples, I think the overall industry gets a flag, because you don't get loan at the face of it. You don't get good capital that you need, working capital, capital for long-term investments. Those become a challenge. The rate of interest are very high. And that means if your rate of interest is around 10-12%, that means you have to generate a business which will give you at least 18 to 19% return post-tax. So pre-tax, with tax, maybe you will get around 6, 7, 8%. So the entire journey has to become worthwhile for an entrepreneur to kind of invest the time, energy, so that they can get returns. Now that most of the money is going to go into interest, most of the money is going to go into building certain things which will protect my industry, then they are going to say that, why do I do all this magajmari? Why do I do all those efforts and go ahead? So basically, then remaining kind of whatever I am trying to do, try and remain efficient in that and try and do that. That becomes a natural kind of a response to the system. That's what I feel.
Yeah. It's not a unique problem. I remember reading this very fine book called The Devil's Dictionary by Ambrose Bierce. So I think that's the book. The bank is defined as an institution which will gladly lend you money provided you can prove that you don't need it. So this has been there for a long time. The grouse for me, I mean, what I think is, these guys have people have been cheating banks. We don't have a very good justice system to catch these folks.
That's right.
And people get away. I mean, they will find some way or the other to Even, there's this Gitanjali Jain, Nirav Modi and all, they were able to literally, defraud the system with impunity. And it's just because it became very public, and the whole thing sort of blew up in the media, is why they had to leave the country. Otherwise they were carrying on. So, and the problem is this, that all this starves genuine companies from capital, and then they have to borrow at extortionate rates. And after a point in time, because you're not sure of generating more returns than you're paying, you decide not to do, just decide to forgo the business. Lot of people I know, they just let business go. I have a couple of, so one anecdote, it's a friend of ours, both of you guys have met him. He had a garment business. Okay. So how it started, he was a garment exporter. He used to export garments, and he did pretty well in the export. But he saw the writing on the wall. The writing on the wall was, every year the margins were shrinking. And he decided that, in a few years' time, he would basically get squeezed out by, and basically this was, Bangladesh and Vietnam and all these countries coming up. One of the things that was happening, and this was back in the day when imports were not easy. In order to do garment export, you had to import fabric from outside. And you were allowed to import 10 or 15% excess fabric. So that you are allowed to do that without duty, and you could keep that fabric. So these guys had accumulated quite a lot of fabric. Somebody got a bright idea of making a local brand out of it. We have this excellent fabric not available here. You make shirts, trousers, whatever it is, and sell it, you'll do very well. They did that, and it was a resounding success. Now they needed to scale up. That experimentally that was cool. So they cobbled together whatever resources they had, and they grew like very well. I think 5x in a year or 2 years. And then there was more demand. Now all over the country, people said, we like your shirts, we like your pants, why don't you do that? And when they went, by now they were already borrowing from a bank. They went to the bank for enhancement of their limits. And the bank said, they made a business plan, project report, projections and everything. And it was just rejected straight away. The reason was, they had projected a 10x increase over the next 2 years or something like that. And it says, there's no way any industry in the world can do this. It does not fit into our norms, and we can't give you money. And they didn't. Then they went around borrowing money from at extortionate rates, and it affects profitability, and it didn't end well for that company. But this is how finance and very poor financial thinking works. There's a lot of RBI meddling even today in the lending process, which I think is wrong. RBI should just hold accountability. I don't know whether because I'm not up to date with what the RBI is doing, but what they should really do is to keep checking the health of at least the larger. They should do, first of all, an ABC analysis. And so they'll look with the same amount of intensity into a 50,000 rupee loan as they would do into a 100 crore rupee or 500 crore rupee loan. So that should stop. We should do an ABC. Look at the health of the larger accounts, have all kinds of stress audits for it and things like that, and leave the smaller guys alone. That's when you have an environment of trust. Back in the day, bankers would lend on basically on their gut. They would know if a business is good or not, if the entrepreneur is worthy or not. Now they have tried to sort of make it so rule based. Good intentions. They don't want people misusing their discretion, but it usually cuts the other way and deprives industry of easy credit. That's one.
I have a nice story here. In 2003-4, there is a hospital chain I was working with very closely and helping them out on certain services. Yeah. and they were sending a proposal to bank to get loan for the entire hospital building and equipments and all. And the loan was subject to basically how much turnover that you can do in the year 2, year 3, year 4, and then the index to that, how can you pay back, and that's basis on that how much we can give you. And this particular doctor was wondering whether I can do 18 crore in year 2 or 24 crore. And that business was like, if I move from 18 to 24, that is just 6 extra crore, I can then get extra some 10, 12 crore, and then I can build this much more hospital rooms, and I can have this equipment, and I can do so many things. But then he was not very sure whether this will be possible or not. And more than that, they were worried that whether bank will accept it or not, because there were no benchmarks. It's a hospital. It's basically turning into industry. This is way back in 2003, 4, 5. I'm talking about around 2005 story, almost 20-year back story. But then they pushed, because the doctor entrepreneur was gutsy. He basically pushed the story and said, no, this is what is, because this is the kind of a demand, get a lot of data around that. And he could say, I think they thought about doing some 24 crore in the projection. They actually did some 40 crores in that next year, and they went on becoming so big. Now that hospital chain is almost around 1,200 crore chain with a market cap of around 10-12,000 crore, and they are already onto the bourse. So those small things where an industry can get really a good push if you be little more risk taker, and the banks have to take risk. I think the good risk and bad risk is what banks have to understand. Yes, that's why it is very interesting that if you see in Mittelstands in Germany, they have some concept called house banks. So these house banks are basically local banks which are very close to the company, and they know. So the banker and the owner, they are maybe going to the same bar for an evening beer, and they know exactly what is happening with that company. And with that, their understanding of the company, understanding of that enterprise is much better. And with that, their risk taking also improves. And I think that interface is something missing in India. What we need to have is more of that interface. So it is not a crony capitalism. It is not that you become friends. It is that you need to have a better access so that you can assess that entire risk better and you can take punts. And I think certain things where when you take that risk, the rewards will definitely be there. But how do you take right risk is basically matters. And that for that, just numbers and just spreadsheets won't work. I think you need to have a deeper understanding of that entrepreneur, and that can happen only when that interface is better. So that, I think, is something which we need to look at.
Yeah, I mean, better local knowledge always helps. And I'm wondering here if we also need to look at the incentives closely, because if you just look at the world of finance, I would guess that it is a huge problem that India has so many public sector banks because the incentives are screwed up. What also happened in that period, 2010 onwards, and Pranab Mukherjee handled it disastrously as a finance minister. I've had many episodes on this. But what also went out of whack during that period was that PSBs were giving loans indiscriminately for the wrong reasons. You used to have the phrase phone a loan, that a politician will call the head of a PSB and say isko loan do, usko loan do, and therefore you have loans being given for the wrong reason. That distorts the market entirely, and a lot of the non-performing loans and so on were I'd done an episode on this ages ago, so I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was much worse in PSBs than in the private sector banks. And you'd imagine that in the private sector banks, the incentives are much better.
True.
That you will ultimately be judged on your profitability. And I would imagine that this is also an incentive for all the things you talk about, like getting better local knowledge and all that, because ultimately you want to do whatever it is as a private bank to figure out what is a good loan, what is a bad loan. This will the incentives at least are right. Whereas with PSBs, that simply wasn't the case. And it's understandable in a sense for the RBI, which is overreaching all the time, to say that, okay, let us solve this problem by taking away discretion and by making it completely rules based. But as you pointed out, Naren, that also backfires in that case, because sometimes you need that local discretion. Sometimes you need the bank manager to know कि अरे नरेंद्र को तो मैं जानता हूँ.
You know, legendary case is Reliance. Dhirubhai Ambani, when he came back from Aden, and he was trying to sort of get his insight, I think, was he could make this rayon viscose fiber into silk like kind of thing. There was some such thing. So it was some level of technological breakthrough. He's trying to get that whole thing off the ground. He has no basically reputation, and nobody is willing to give him money. He finally lands up at the door of one guy named T.A. Pai. T.A. Pai was the managing director or something of Syndicate Bank. This is just before Indira Gandhi nationalized that. He was also a member in one of her cabinets. He was heavy industries minister, something, a person of great sort of, stature. And he, when Dhirubhai Ambani made his pitch, and Dhirubhai Ambani didn't speak much English, so he would have spoken in broken Hindi, and I don't think T.A. spoke Gujarati, but somehow he's the enthusiasm, the clarity, everything got through. He gave him his loan, like he just supported him blanket, and then the rest of it is legendary. And shortly thereafter, Syndicate Bank got nationalized, everything else. But Dhirubhai Ambani never stopped respecting this, to the extent that I went to a college. I went to Manipal Institute of Technology, which is run by this Pai family. And Dhirubhai Ambani used to come every year for their annual function. I've met Dhirubhai Ambani. Not met in the sense, not had a conversation with him, but like sat across he's on the dais and I'm there.
And then this is how I'd imagine the economy should function, that private people use their discretion and their judgment to make their bets with money that is not public money, without any moral hazard that, oh, if my bank fails, it'll be bailed out by the taxpayer, without any of that shit happening. So how much does, that affect the environment?
A lot. I think we have this great case of Hiranandani as a builder being so successful, because I think in early days Deepak Parekh and the HDFC helped them a whole lot. And yes, so money given to right person at right time at right cost.
Transformative.
I think it is transformative, absolutely transformative. So we have my co-founder, Mr. Bagwe. They, at every stage of life, they are almost around 500-600 crore company now, and they have been in the industry for the last 40 years. And at every stage of life, they were right people that are very focused on business, doing business in a structured manner, have all the accounts in a very clean manner, and then knowing the people locally at the banks and getting the right loan, and then not getting into any hanky-panky, bringing that entire money, putting it where it is. Basically, if it is asked for X, then spend it on that X and grow that. And then you see that relationship building, and then the banks become more comfortable with you. They are basically coming and asking that, okay, what are you wanting more? Are you trying to go for one more plant? Are you going for more exports or whatever? And you need working capital loan, you need for infrastructure. So banks also, over a period of time, the bank manager, the ecosystem also understands that this is a reliable kind of a company. This is not so reliable kind of a company. And that local knowledge is, I think, very, very important for any banker to take their risk. Absolutely important for the risk. So, yeah, I think coming back to the point, I think capital is something which is very, very scarce. And with this more rule-based, more fearful kind of a way, I think it's not going to be good. We need to basically have more. I'm not saying that give capital left, right, and center. Now we have seen in simple finance world, we have seen the growth of Bajaj Finance. Bajaj Finance has really, really been very aggressive on personal finance. But when they are doing this, their delinquency is very, very low. They are basically, the bad loans are very low. And a private company could do that. Had it been same thing being done by an PSU, we would have had a PSU bank challenge, and then they would have gone same way. It is not. So,
and it's mostly unsecured loans.
Yeah, right? Absolutely. Unsecured loans, small loans of let's say 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, and those are personal loans. So basically, any which way, industry loans are very different. You have the capital assets lean against them, so there is no problem. Personal loan to kuch asset bhi nahi hai. You are not going to go and take a air conditioner away or a washing machine away. But then they have been able to manage it so well.
Well, one other point, I mean, just to be, MSMEs, I speak for really the smaller end of the MSME thing. I know personally people who aren't able to clearly think about finance, right? So they borrow for the wrong reasons oftentimes. They take decisions because money is available. My favorite thing is this. There was a big craze 7 years ago on robotic welders. So you have these robo arms which you use for all welding applications. The hidden in the marble is a need. Actually, I don't know how it's now, but back in the day, it was pretty difficult to program those damn things. So you would have expensive robos sitting on the floor and not doing a thing because nobody knows how to program it. There are people who know how to program it. They cost an arm and a leg. And this sucker has to now service that capital. So sometimes a little bit of reality check is also.
Yeah, you need to have that clarity why you need it, how are you going to utilize it. See, a lot of times we have also seen that people buying short-term loan and using it for long-term because long-term में मिल नहीं रहा है, तुम्हारे project finance में बैठ नहीं रहा है, तो then take a short-term loan and use it for long-term. Now, when you take a short-term loan and use it for long-term, that entire loan is not going to repay back early. So that time gap is going to be there. Or you take long-term loan and use it for short-term. Both the things are basically wrong. A lot of SMEs, the problem is that they go and borrow on the basis of the balance sheet. But the most important part again is not just balance sheet, it's cash flow. Do you have cash flow to support? And in India, one of the biggest challenges is getting payments from your customers. It's a huge challenge. Means people have heard stories about large corporates not paying money for almost around 6 months. 180 days is a standard credit. And with 180 days money not coming in the system, you can show your turnover is great, but there is no money for you to pay even your payroll. So that is another different challenge.
I know last couple of years we have to file a statement with the ROC.
Yeah.
On our payment, which of our payments have been delayed more than 45. So I'm paying my vendors, and if I have paid any of them beyond 45 days, I have to give a list and I have to explain why it's so.
Yeah, so that is interesting. So there is a new rule which says that MSMEs, so to protect the MSMEs, if the payment is not given in 45 days time, then that particular expense will not be allowed for like as a genuine expense for that year. So that year, so you have an invoice from a supplier and you are not paid that in 45 days, then that invoice will not become expenditure. That means for your profit will go up and you have to pay tax on that for that year. Now this rule has come. A lot of people are saying this is great rule. But I see fundamentally that this is basically a problem of the system. And why should government get involved into a contract between two parties? Again, goes back to our legal system that if somebody is not paying you, getting a recourse from legal system is absolutely zero chance. So government is, I think we all have this problem of we are trying to solve some holes that are there and trying to solve it with government intervention. But I think over a period of time, overall, the system needs to change where one needs to basically, we have said that this is a product that we will make as per this quality in this price and we'll deliver it by this day. Then we need to honor that commitment as a company. Now we will have 10 different reasons for not doing it, why it not happen and all that, but we have to make it happen. And then the other company, if they have said that they will make payment in 30 days, they have to make that payment. If this system works in this manner, then I think we can grow really, really well. But these systems don't work. Then we have government intervention happening and coming in the places where it should not be. I don't see this 45 days. It helps. Now large companies, because they don't want, so large companies are run by CEOs. Now CEOs don't want such flack coming on. So if there is a law and if there is a compliance, all these large company CEOs, multinational company CEOs, they are very worried about compliance. So if compliance has to be done, okay, make the payment. So large companies are not, they are okay. But if you are supplying to government, That now government is not paying in 45 days time, and if government is not paying to 45 days time, nobody is taking government to the legal system, and government can go scot free about it. So I think then having this 45%, 45 days rule does not really make sense if it is not applicable to government, and the government also should pay the MSMEs in 45 days time, but that does not happen. So these are the challenges.
So, how much of a role has rule of law traditionally played in this whole ecosystem? Because I would imagine that a critical part of it to function properly is what is the level of trust there. How is the contract enforcement? Are you getting paid on time? When you enter into a deal, do you have to account for a possibility, if whatever the number is, a probability that you may not get paid or the payments may be delayed, and etc. etc. And I would imagine that the more the friction here, the more your costs go up and the more risk averse you are. So give me a sense of how that has changed in terms of the rule of law, in terms of contract enforcement. I would imagine that's a key part of the ecosystem. And what is the role of sort of unstated trust that plays, into this space?
So I think fundamentally that is one area where we still have the challenge. It is we do not have any clear system or understanding credit worthiness of your client. Yeah, there are rudimentary system. You can go to ROC, you can pick up the data, and you can get some information. But what is actually put into the balance sheet and what is happening on reality, we really don't know. So cash flow has been a huge challenge in India, absolutely. Like a couple of my friends, they are into the jewelry industry. Now they are getting a lot of orders because they are into exports. So they are getting a lot of orders which are being moved away from China because China has become high tariff. And so they are wanting to go for that. But at the same time, because of the overall instability, the price of the gold has gone up like crazy. I think gold crossed 1 lakh rupees for 10 grams in India. So now, how do you look at the whole thing? How do you basically figure out what is your requirement of capital, working capital that is there? At least one part is there that they have exports. So, and then across the world, I think that is a beautiful system that the payments which are supposed to come from international clients, they come on time. Absolutely on time. But when it comes to India, because you are not getting your payments from your supplier on time, you are not been able to pay to your supplier on time, and then you cannot get endless capital for working capital for that gap. So you have to bring your systems into place. So that is there, and there is no legal recourse for payments which are not there, not paid on time. There is no real fast legal recourse for payment which are denied. So I think every company will have at least 8 to 10% of their receivables which are bad debts. Every company would have that. I have seen consistently that unless people, so there are very few people who really reconcile their accounts and check whether this particular receivable which is good after 90 days or not. I think people just remain on the hope that the other person will take mercy on me and kind of pay me someday. But I have seen people with a turnover of, let's say, 50-60 crores having almost around 8 to 10 crores of such loans, such receivables, which are aged beyond 180 days. Now, if your standard receivable is supposed to be in 30 days, then 180 days is almost 6 times. And the chances of that money coming back is going to be very difficult. Now, in the project based, yes, there are always ifs and buts that you have not delivered this, you have not given this component, you have not done this up to the quality expectations, and you have to fix things up and all that. That takes a couple of months and it falls in place. But in the product area also, where you are supplying the products, where there is nothing like you have to give something later on, there is nothing like now this quality is not bad because this quality is bad, so we can't pay, because you have already taken that part, put it into your system, and you have moved your system ahead, but you are not paying because your supplier, your customer is not paying to you. So this entire chain is cascading, and I think that is one of the biggest challenge that Indian companies have, getting receivables on time from your customers, honoring the contracts that one has basically agreed upon. Indians also are very informal in operation. So we try and not formalize the things. So if there is something, somebody said 45 days, so I will say that क्या रे उसने 45 days बोला है तो 60 दिन में तो दे ही देगा ना. So you are already kind of putting a slack into the system, and then your own systems are not there. And if you start asking payments, then what happens is that I will stop taking material from you and I'll go to somebody else. Now with that fear, you don't want to lose business. So you are in this endless hope of no, this person will give me some money because if I don't give him material, he will start buying it from somebody else. So for want of a future business, you allow a longer credit for the same customer. Now the whole idea is basically that if some of our customers are not good paymasters, you need to move and look out for market, and you move and look out for new customers. You need to kind of move away from a bad paymaster to a good paymaster. But then that's a difficult journey. And now I already have a customer. Now what is he doing? He's just not giving me payment. I will go and kind of beg him and tell him that sir Diwali hai, sir bonus dene ka hai, sir ye hai, wo hai. I will do something like this and I'll extract money. So the whole system is so informal and so inefficient, and that gets extended again and again. So if you see, people use the festival as a big kind of a excuse, or rather a reason to extract payments from their customers. So so it is not about you are supposed to give me payments 3 months back. You will say that sir Diwali hai, abhi bonus dene ka hai, sir Diwali hai, abhi ye karna hai, wo karna hai, please give me money. So at a MSME level, the asking money is so informal and in such a manner that you will go crazy listening for the excuses or the reasons that people are saying that sir mujhe ye karna hai, wo karna hai. All personal reasons, all reasons which are, nobody will say, sir you were supposed to give me money in 30 days, now it is already 150 days and you need to give me. Nobody speaks in this language. Everybody speaks in the language of sir kuch karo, sir please de do, kuch 50 tak ka to de do. All that kind of a thing. It's a crazy system.
Well, I'll tell you the other way around, how companies don't realize that it increases the cost of doing business. So here's this anecdote. 15, 16 years ago, me and a friend of mine, we had gone to another friend's factory. That fellow was also a vendor to Mahindra. And chai pani sab ho raha tha, we were talking, and then this guy gets a phone call. Those days it was all landline, so landline people, and he abuses that whoever is on the other side like anything, saying that you are not paying me money, this, that, I know, I'll don't come here, you people are beggars, there's that, a lot of akrosh is happening. So then my friend just asked him, what is happening? So he says, this is one company that makes particular kind of refrigerators, and they're perennially late with payment, and I'm just doing his work because his late father used to be my sort of my late father's friend. So this friend of mine was basically looking for, he says, if you don't want to do his work, well, I don't have any work I would like to. And I said, okay, you can take over my business. This is what happened. And so it was a small business. This guy started doing it. Now, as luck would have it, that company was recently, they had recently appointed a guy to turn it around. And that man knew that, so this is what was happening. Everyone, all the vendors, because their payments were so bad, were charging them double of whatever they should have charged. And these people had to buy it because no one else was willing to give them on credit. This person decided to turn it around. So he told his bosses that he needs, at that time, I think he got some 30-40 crore rupees of funds, bank facilities, and he decided to pay everybody within 30 days, regardless. And for a while, nobody believed them. They said, you people are all cheaters and, nothing. But he persisted. And after about 6 to 8 months, people started realizing, and then, the attitude started softening, and, they were more cordial. They would go from abuse, it became to cordiality. This fellow was so clever he's started renegotiating prices, and everyone who expressed, unwillingness to renegotiate, they just got cut out of the system. He went, because by now, he had money as well. He could buy from third party sources against, like, with advance payment, just to spite this guy. And within a year or two, he was able to turn around that complete company, merely because he was able to save, I think, 100% or something on the input cost, because of financial discipline. That financial discipline continues to that company has gone from, I think they were like 100 or 100 crores or so. It's probably 1,500 crore company today, in a matter of 7-8 years, 10 years.
Yeah, actually, good practices are in your own self-interest,
It's
but
in their own
many
self-interest,
people don't
exactly.
realize
They don't
this.
realize it. They don't realize it, and they don't realize that cost. That a lot of people will happily give you a 3 to 5% discount if you pay them immediately. Immediately means like a week or 10 days.
See, I think I am only the sucker here, because forget 45 days, I pay my vendors in 45 minutes. If they ask nicely, I will, because of their friends, I will also pay them in advance, which I have also done. But
So
I guess.
cost of distrust is actually getting added at every stage of the
Yeah.
business. No, the
Yeah.
cost of distrust is so much, because I want to say, yeah, ये पैसा नहीं आएगा time पे तो क्या करेंगे? So let me put 5% margin on that.
Exactly.
Correct.
And then that goes on
And
adding
the
up.
beauty is that once people know that your payments come on time, everyone is dying to supply to you.
Absolutely.
So they'll happily,
Absolutely.
give you the best possible price.
So being good and kind of whatever is the agreement that you have had with your supplier, if you can just honor that entire system with that trust can change so much. But then we don't do that. I mean, like, so,
You know what? Even big companies don't get it. So we have to. So one of my friends, he used to make deos. Okay, and supply. He would supply to a company called Hypercity, which has vanished now, and to DMart. Okay, so he was telling me the difference. This is many years ago, so 5, 6, 7 years maybe. And DMart had a very good, so they paid their vendors within weeks, like within 1 or 2 weeks. So everyone was queuing up to supply to DMart, and DMart didn't want a thing other than the best price. Just give us the best possible price. We don't want it. And Hypercity would keep asking for promotions. They wanted to have a person appointed at your cost to stand near the stall and try to promote their product. DMart would do nothing of that. And today, DMart is like leagues and leagues and leagues ahead.
True.
And all these the guys have vanished.
A very different practice. I think Radhakrishna Damani has really done wonders. He buys all the lab wherever his shop is. The DMart is never rented. It is always own facility and lowest price. I think the way the company has grown is really, really great. Amazing. And that's simply because of that promise and keeping that
financial
promise.
Discipline,
Just financial discipline. Yeah, absolutely true. Very right.
On that note, let's take a quick commercial break. There is an MSME which is sending us biryani, and a small biryani, medium biryani, micro biryani, and micro samosas actually in this particular case. So we shall have our lunch and then we shall reconvene.
Yes, sure.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to the Seen and the Unseen. We are still talking about a subject which I think goes to the heart of what can make India great again and what has given India as much prosperity as it has got. And the key to even more prosperity, which is MSME, seems like a complicated term, but medium, small, micro, small, and medium enterprises. And with me are Sudhir Sanobat of How Frameworks, which we will come back to talking about very soon, and my good friend, the great storyteller Narendra Shenoy, India's finest Narendra. And I want to now, don't laugh, I mean it, you're India's finest Narendra. Koi shak, just as I am India's finest.
Amit.
Well said. So, we were talking about the challenges that MSMEs face in this new environment. And I also want to ask you guys then about adoption of technology, understanding the changing world and adopting fast enough, because as we discussed before the break, often there is a lag in the mindset catching up to the reality, and the world is technologically changing super fast. Naren, you mentioned how it might often be the case that a guy who's making like 1 crore of profit in a year will just try to maintain that crore instead of trying to take it to 10 crores, little realizing that the circumstances that allowed him to make that crore in the first place have changed completely. That in today's world, it's a treadmill, and it's a treadmill on high speed. You have to run to stay where you are, right? So give me...
It's like that queen in Alice in Wonderland, right? The Red Queen.
This is like the Red Queen. See, it's good to have friends my own age, because instead of talking about Red Pill, they will talk about Red Queen. This is quite glorious, but quite apart from this. And listeners my age will be like, Red Pill kya hota hai? Google it, mofo. So give me your sense of this, that how difficult it is just mentally for an MSME today to wrap itself around the changing world, both in terms of technology adoption and otherwise.
What I've been seeing is that because we have too many people around, we try and throw people at any problem. So if you have seen for ages on the airport, Naren will happily talk about it, that you would have so many people trying to check you and the security. And then there are, if you have not long enough lines, then instead of bringing in technology, they would bring in more people, more stations and stuff like that. And that's what we are seeing at an international airport in India. At the local level, that is what everybody does. Now, you want to unload something, you will have people put in over there, and then they will keep struggling about it. You have inventory management. You will have people who can actually measure the inventory. So I have like friends who have done business worth 250, 300 crore, but they have not had a basic ERP in the place. Now, that is fundamentally very simple thing to do, because you really want to know how much money that is stuck in your inventory. What is your FIFO, what is your LIFO, the whole stuff, the first in, first out and stuff like that. But these guys are not at all bothered about that, because they are so worried about technology, because for them technology is something like an alien. While so I understand that every country's journey, so China, what it was doing in 2015 is what maybe we are trying to do now, and what China is doing now maybe we will do in 2035 or maybe a little earlier, because the rate is changing. But I just came around a bit of a news that I didn't know about it almost a week back, is that Alibaba has been running a complete humanless hotel in China from 2018 onwards. Only robots at all there, nothing else. So I think in India, that mindset of technology is very missing. So be it basically, so you start anything, let's say from marketing. Now in marketing, they will have people who will go on feeds to salespeople going to, let's say B2B. MSMEs are mostly B2B. So they will be going to customers, they will be meeting them, and then coming back, bringing the cards, visiting cards and keeping them in that card holder. And then they don't know when to get it back. The number servers are not properly maintained. Now, the basic answer to this is simple CRM. Now, you have a customer relationship management system where you can actually clock every customer's name, number, the decision influencer, all that. Then you can create funnels for your sales inquiries. This is a basic thing. And I think any sane entrepreneur, for the sake of getting best out of it, should do it. But you look at the entire industry, I think if you are looking at S and M, then small though very few companies would have a good CRM in the place. Micro, so absolutely don't have, unless and until you have a B2C where they have some kind of softwares coming in place. But that's absolutely not there. Then you want ERPs. ERPs are not in place, so inventory control is gone for a toss. A basic thing like working collaboratively. Now, Microsoft has come with something like Microsoft 365, which basically gives you access. Now, Microsoft is a company which has come from desktop to the cloud, while Google has always been on cloud. Now, working on Google or any G Suite is something which is easy. But then these people don't have a basic thing like you have to have a website for your company. You have to have your email ID, which is at the rate of your domain. These are the small things. But then these things matter a lot. And these small technological adoptions are also difficult at most of the SMEs in India. I have seen that. The moment you cross around 100 crores, so you move from small to medium, it is at that point I see people having that traction, but then it should be done much earlier. Now, this is about, I'm talking about processes, which are basically marketing process, your inventory management process, your billing process, and stuff like that. When it comes to inside the factory using robots, using fixtures so that your work becomes very easier. Absolute low adoption rate for that. Using something called IoTs, where you can remotely control, remotely manage, predict about the failures, predict maintenance task and all that. Absolutely means you will find only 1% or maybe 1.5% adoption. Now, I believe that the entire growth is not just a technology, or entire growth is not just human. It has to be human plus technology, because you need that human to kind of guide that technology in the most productive manner. But technology is non-negotiable today. And people, I believe that in India, that mindset of technology is something which is not there. People are fearful. People don't know. And fundamentally, what I see is that before adopting any technology, you need to have a structured manual process. Now, people do not want to get into that first structured manual process. You have a manual process, then you automate that process, and that's how you adopt technology. But people just don't go for that first step, and that's why the second step is always worrisome. So, as a country, the way we see chaos on the roads, the way we see chaos in the queue, nobody is in the queue, so there is no chaos, there is no queue only. So, the way that happens, I feel that that is there in the operation of any MSME also. There is a lot of chaos. It is a lot of ordering. There is instructions changing every week. Owner's mood is very important. Owner is seeing the workers standing outside beyond the tea time, and then he will start shouting and thinking that that is the cause of productivity not happening. The main root cause could be something else. So, I think with that mood, with that not being in structured manner is the biggest cause that I see, that the mind does not accept technology. But I think over a period of time, because the technology is coming in the way Aadhaar came in, I would not say it's a great technology. We will talk about the privacy and those issues separately, but I think it has dropped down the cost of KYC greatly, and people have followed that something very nicely. Same thing is now UPI. Now UPI people are using, the adoption rate is amazing, and it is really like, it feels like magic. That technology is really like magic. That way, I feel the technology adoption is slowly creeping in. And Indian guy, I think Indian person any which way wants to negotiate everything, because there are so many constraints. That person always feels that everybody is taking me for granted. That means the negotiation is absolutely at the core of everything. So if you have a desk and if there is a person there and if you are in a queue, you will always go and try to cut the queue and start negotiating with that person there. But the moment you have a technology, then everything is gone. So I think I read somewhere, I think it is Lilliputland book. I think that's where I read. That Rama Bijapurkar's book is that technology actually disciplines people, because there is no window where you can go and negotiate. Technology tells you ki do this, and the answer is there. So I think somewhere technology is an interesting tool to get order into our living, is what I feel. And if that technology can brought in into MSME sector in a way, I think a lot of order can come there, because our mindset of order is not there. There is a huge mindset of going through the chaos and negotiating things and going. The way we drive our car, the way we stand in the queues, everywhere I think we try and negotiating things. So fundamentally that is a mindset play which can change.
About technology, well, I personally believe that at least in the MSME, at least in the little world that I'm around in, most people don't adopt it because they don't understand, and that's the fear. So there's an old joke about this man in the council in an English borough, and the council people want a urinal to be put up in the marketplace, and everyone says okay, but does the chairperson of this thing refuses, says no urinal, and they're flummoxed. They don't know why you say. And then a clever person realizes that he probably doesn't know what a urinal is. So he explains to him, just takes him aside and explains what a urinal is. So he says, then when the meeting convenes again, says, yes, I'm totally for the urinal. And while we are at it, let's put an arsenal as well. So this is what happens when we don't understand. So a lot of vendors, so ERP, we've got one version of ERP in our unit. And people you get all this, the salespeople are these slick snake oil guys who basically come and tell you what wondrous things the ERP will do for you without actually explaining what an ERP is. And all MSME owners, okay, they have finely honed bullshit detectors. It's like dogs have these great olfactory receptors. So every MSME, moment they hear, and then they start pitching, like the snake oil salesman is also trying to gauge. So he'll throw numbers, 25 lakhs, 50 lakhs, and trying to see at what point, is like the spectacle guy. So the spectacle guy is coaching his assistant to sell chasma. So he says, how do you sell? I says, nothing. So when the guy comes, you tell him 1,000 rupees for a glass. The other glass is 1,000. He still doesn't wins. And then he says, this frame is another 1,000 rupees extra. So you just try to, and people get put off by that. But it's tremendously useful. A ERP system is magical. So it weeds out because the way most MSMEs work, manufacturing unit, you buy stuff, you put it into the pipeline where transformation happens, then the finished goods go out, then you get paid, and then it goes back into the raw material. That's the cycle. And as companies evolve, as they grow larger and larger, you have multiple inputs with multiple difficulties of procurement. Some inputs you can get literally, like I order it now and I'll get it 15 minutes later. Some could take months if they are coming from overseas. And you really don't know how you have to, and it's a big amount of money that you end up investing in those stocks. And very often it happens that you are stocking months and months of supply of the stuff that you could get in 15 minutes or half an hour. You don't need to be. And ERP, rightly used, gives you a very good idea of what is where. And the guy at the top or at some decent level, at a glance, is able to decide whether we are doing something stupid or not. And it is a great tool for optimization. It's never pitched like that. ERP is, they all the salespeople will tell you that moment you sell one unit, everything in the ERP system will automatically update. Sales orders will go automatically. Material will automatically materialize, and everything happens. And you literally don't have to do anything, which is not what it's supposed to be. That and many such things like that, it breeds a distrust of technologies. One is ERP, one is the CRM, which Sudhir said, and the other is just effective, intelligent use of a website and ways of reaching customers.
Yeah.
People don't, literally no MSME has including mine, has a website,
Functional website.
And it's so stupid. So you put up a website because you want to sell your product or you want to sell your company or whatever. It'll have 3 pages on what the founders did, right, to bring the company to it. Who cares, right? I want to buy whatever widget you are selling. You tell me how much it costs or what your widget can do and why it is shinier than somebody else's widget. No, you'll never get that. And yet, every now and then, you find people who are so good. And even small guys. So one person that both of you know indirectly is the guy who sells pork near my house. A guy named Mystical. So Mystical, very interesting character. He used to be an engine driver in the Indian Railways.
Is his name Mystical?
No, his name of his shop is Mystical.
Mystical.
That I know.
Xavier. Yeah. So Xavier used to be a engine driver, locomotive driver in Indian Railways. He retired, and I guess he had a little bit of money. He wanted to, be in business. He was too young to retire. So he bought this little shop that was selling cold cuts and sausages and things like that, cold storage. And that was close to our house. And then he and his wife would sit at the shop, sell. And very pleasant people, they got more customers. And then he thought, why don't I also sell, meat, chicken, mutton, things like that. And he started doing it, and soon he got a reputation for giving really good products.
I can attest to that, having
it's amazing, right?
dined at your
very
place
fresh
several times.
meat,
Just
and
amazing.
excellent. And he started having queues outside his shop because people would. So proactively, okay, so there is this legendary firm called Chitle Bandhu in Pune. Chitle Bandhu is a great company now, but legend has it, I don't know how far this is true. Back in the day, the queues would form outside Chitle Bandhu for their bakarodi.
Yeah.
And at around 12:30, because shop closed at 1, 12:30, one guy would come and he would look at the line and he say, everyone after the yellow shirt, go back home. No interest in increasing. Xavier was the other end of that spectrum. He, and this is back in the day when all these things were damn expensive. He got someone to make an app for him, got a backend system which would translate into a database, got some way of putting his stocks into that database, got some way to hook up a credit card payment and everything to it. And he went online, and every person who would come to his shop, okay, Xavier has great PR skills. So everybody is his friend. I'm his friend as well. So he'll talk, he'll remember people's name. And at that time, what he would do was he would pull out his phone and tell people how to use the app and tell them, you don't need to come stand here in queue. I vouch for it. I'll take things like that. And he told me, just after COVID, his business went up 10x.
Wow.
Because of that one. It cost him a lot of money, some 5 or 6 lakh rupees at that time.
Probably, I think he got ripped off in the making of it. But regardless, 10x is crazy.
Progressive. So what I liked is the clarity of his vision. He knew that he had something going. He knew that people wanted fresh meat, good quality meat that they could, sort of rest assured it would be the best quality. And that his shop wasn't big enough to service all of them. So he got another industrial establishment and started processing meat there. So a lot of time, the reason people don't go for technology is their vision itself is not clear. Sometimes that's the impression I get.
And you know what, Sudhir, you were saying earlier is that It is not that people over intellectualize like I tend to do and think, oh, there is this gap in the market, I will go and fill it. But they just go out there and they do something they are good at.
True.
And then they go with the flow. And I'm just thinking aloud, listening to your story, Naren, that's most people, that is how it is, that you take over the meat business of your dad or whatever, and you're kind of running it, and you're good at running it the way it is, and you don't have the vision. And this man came from outside, took over the store, and he had the vision, and he kind of got the job done, and all the pieces fell into place. He both had the vision to get the app made, the vision to get it made well, so it is the user interface is as friendly as you're saying, and also the goodwill within the market and the product market fit that everyone wanted. Is a mystical poke is, a very apt name for the mystical poke, and everything kind of fell into place. But I just feel, knowing this society and knowing human nature itself, that there must be so many tragic stories of people who simply don't see that bigger picture, who are going along with what they've done all their lives, but the world is changing so fast that they fall by the wayside and they don't even know what hit them. And there must be a lot of that. And I would imagine at some level it's also a failure of the market, because where are the people in the market who are going out and evangelizing the new technology to them? Ki saying, sir, मैं app बनाऊंगा ये होगा, sir ERP लगाइए ये होगा, sir CRM कीजिए ये होगा, sir मैं आपके लिए website बनाऊंगा इतना दीजिए, right? That also hasn't happened. So give me a sense of the pace of change. I'm sure there must be so many tragic stories of people who just fallen by the wayside because they couldn't adapt.
Yeah.
So I think there is a lot that is changing with the new generation coming in. I think India has one of the highest penetration. I think India is the largest market for WhatsApp in the world. Maybe could be largest market for WhatsApp in the world.
Easily.
And if that is the case, that adoption is really, really high. There is a lot of things that come through that medium. So the sharing that happens along with WhatsApp, the people getting exposed to new ideas. I think even we have seen that the payment gateways were overwhelmed at certain point of time, that they were not allowed to grow beyond because their technology, the back-end technology was going slower than their consumers. So we are seeing that the consumers are adopting to it. And the way formalization is happening, maybe the pace is not as fast as we want, but the formalization is definitely happening. So I think with the payment systems coming in place, that is the first technology, because if you can reduce the friction in the payment, then most of the other frictions can slowly be taken away. Though the payment friction is gone, mostly gone, your payments happen pretty seamlessly. You don't have to wait for the check to be cleared and waiting for coming in the bank. Then only I can release my payments. You get to see your balances pretty easily from the system. So that one system, then one technology has come in place. But also that there are a lot of technologies, like say technology cost is coming down. So something like RFID, which used to cost almost around $5-6 a piece, now is less than half a dollar, a few cents.
Wow.
It is, absolutely.
It's invaluable in tagging.
Yeah, in tagging.
In warehouse management is amazing.
Yeah, so that can be used for MSMEs for tagging your products in your stores, whatever stores you have. That will give you much better identification, much better visibility of the products that are there. Yes, adoption is happening, but not at the rate that we are looking at. But the more and more exposure, the TV, the media, the internet, that all is increasing the exposure, and that exposure is bringing in the change over a period of time. That is for sure. But still, I think tier 2 and tier 3 cities is where the real change should happen, because your true SMEs are from the manufacturing SMEs. Like I have been interacting with SME owners from, let's say, Sangli, Satara, Kolhapur, Aurangabad, and place like that. And then there are places like Surat, Vadodara, Ahmedabad, Ankaleshwar, Rajkot. Down south, you have Salem, you have Coimbatore. You have so many places where there are hubs of manufacturing activities, and those are the real SMEs which need to bring that transformation and bring those. And with technology, what happens is that with everything visible, your economies of scale can come in, because you now know everything so clearly, and you know what lever can be shifted a bit, and that can give you a multiple kind of differential in the overall performance. So that is something that should happen, is what I feel. That's something that I see it should.
So basically, a function of availability as well as education.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think there are a whole lot of people. So content management as a service, there are a lot of people there out there. People who want to put you on a social media. So LinkedIn is a common platform for all entrepreneurs and professionals. So how do you put your company onto LinkedIn?
Reach is amazing. Okay, so LinkedIn, I took LinkedIn. You have vacuous AI written stupid posts all the time. So I keep sort of poking fun at it. But people harness it for business, for reaching out to in amazingly inventive ways. So there are, I think Sudhir was telling me, right? Or who was telling me, there are memberships which can give you access to the email IDs of your potential customers.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is something called Sales Navigator on LinkedIn, which basically you can figure out what is the company that you are looking at. Then you can figure out who is the person, and you can directly write to that person through that. So it gives you certain credits by which you can do direct communication. So those are the good things. Yeah.
And it's a lot of these things. They are tools, and in the right hands, they can achieve a lot. Yeah.
So, in writing, as you would know, there is something called the iceberg theory, which is that, there's a little bit of the iceberg out of the water, and that is what you actually give the reader, and everything is under the surface. And if you do it skillfully, just the right amount of dialogue, just the right amount of what's going on, everything else happens in the reader's mind. Similarly, I'm thinking that there is an iceberg theory of MSMEs in my mind, which is that the MSMEs that are out there, those are the MSMEs which exist. But equally under the water, there are far many more MSMEs which don't exist but who would exist if the regulatory environment was not so deeply fucked up in different ways. So that's something that I want to ask about, that, we all agree that over the decades, it's been a very dire regulatory environment in India, which is why micro industries don't get small don't get medium. Scale is so difficult, which has been a bit of a mess. After 91, things change for the better in some ways, and as you guys point out, recently things have become better in some ways. Give me an overall picture for how you think about these regulatory complexities, because I would imagine that it's like a sort of a cholesterol in the system, that it'll block the arteries of business, as it were, and regular heart attacks will kill off enterprise after enterprise. And I don't know why am I coming up with these this bad metaphor. Yeah, but so give me a sense of that give me a sense of standing today. How bad are the regulatory complexities, not just with regard to what they were years ago, but in general? Because if I'm a newcomer coming into it today, I only care about the absolute state of things, not right now, and not that pehle octroy tha abhi nahi hai, things are better, but just the absolute.
I'll give you my flavor of it from a user point of view, and I know only my little MSME and that little world that I inhabit. So I have to first, one small humble brag or boast or whatever it's called. In about 2012 or 2013 or something, I had my 15 minutes of fame. So this is what happened. One gentleman comes from the World Bank, a guy named Yannick something, a French guy. And he goes actually to the factory of one of my friends who manufactures pneumatic valves. And that guy, the reason that World Bank guy is there is he wants to interview small MSME guys and the smaller MSMEs in that, and find out what their problems are, things like that. And this guy can't, because he's French, and as it is, my friend doesn't speak English, it's not his first language, so he's not comfortable. He just unable to understand a word of what this French guy is saying. So he tells him that I know, understand, you go, Mr. Shenoy, very nice person. He will tell you something. And this guy, without warning, lands up at my place. And he asked me the same question, and I am able to give him because it's a very sore point with all MSMEs. So I told him, itemized that, first of all, it's not easy for us to find land. Right, it's riddled with black money, and industrial land is it's a terrible situation. You can't. It's so hard to set up factories. You don't have the regulatory framework for getting power. Electrical power is very bad. So you have to bribe the asses of everyone to get that. Then I told him about in those days there were a lot of these labor regulation laws which are not there now. And I told him about the availability of finance. So he told me, can you put this all in an email? So I just put in an email, sent it to him. And apparently he was working for the chief economic advisor. We happened to be Raghuram Rajan. So
Wow.
I was invited by Raghuram Rajan to Delhi to address a group of joint secretaries of all secretary and joint secretary level are all. It was amazing. And so there were representatives of large, medium, small, micro, all the guys, and I was the smallest guy there. And it was a scary hall. Okay, it was like the industry secretary of every state. So I made this presentation, and it was basically the same thing, the same laments, the things that it's not easy to buy land, it's not easy to find power, infrastructure, literally it's true in Maharashtra, not so much in Gujarat. Gujarat is much better. So I've just got a factory in Gujarat, so Gujarat is a lot better than Maharashtra is. Every single industrial area has the worst roads possible. Okay, they have zero residential. They say there's just bunch of factories. Who's going to work there? Where are the workers going to come from? They come from some boondock, right? They have to change 3 buses and last mile auto rickshaw. They spend 2 hours getting to that place. All this happens. So think about a worker who's getting paid for 8 hours and spending 4 hours a day commuting. He's actually working 12 hours, getting paid only for 8. And the government literally doesn't do anything to improve that. They don't allow residential establishments to come in the vicinity. So everybody who comes there has to live in jhopadis, in little rooms, that kind of thing. All this lament was done in 2012. It still exists. It still stands. Not a thing. So after I made my Raghuram Rajan summarized all this and he was so sweet. So he told everybody, our problem is to ensure that Naren doesn't have to face all these problems. That's what he said. And nothing has happened.
Well, they made Naren the Prime Minister.
They made Naren the Prime Minister.
Like Naren has let you down if you think. Naren has let Naren down.
Yeah, Naren has let down.
No, we're very eloquent. Is this presentation recorded online anywhere?
I have those emails, or I don't know whether it's, I don't know, I have to ask, I don't know, I should reach out to Raghuram Rajan and find out if there is anywhere.
Let me tell you something, he's not going to reply to you. So the point I was making is that the main regulatory problems for me is getting place. Okay, so after that humble brag, my apologies to all the readers. And it's literally the only time, apart from my wedding, when I got married, 2,000 people turned up to see what I look like. Never before, never after is that going to happen. And this one thing is some 50 joint secretaries from various government departments and various states. But think of the constancy. Number one, you're still married. And number two, the MSME problem still exists.
So yeah, I might have something to do with both.
One is a tragedy, but we won't say which. No, one is a tragedy for Sheila.
Yeah. So my point is that it's very difficult to get place. It's very difficult. Then nobody is doing anything about it. One of the reasons is that it's a state subject, right? And it's very difficult to get states to do anything radical in this area. Too many vested interests and too many too many things. Central government has mostly got its act together. That's what I feel. They know they have some kind of policy. You might not agree with some of the policy, but there is a policy. There is a direction. There is some coherence. So there is, things.
So, very brief digression. I won't take too much time on it because it's not the subject of the episode. But a very brief digression then is my question is then that I would imagine that the states will want to compete with each other for investment, which is the whole federalist logic. And therefore, if it is a state subject, every state would want to fix it first. So, more investment floods in, etc., etc. So, what are the other vested interests on the other side of the trade off that stop them from doing this?
That's the strangest part. So the only people, so this is what happens, right? So you go anywhere, go to any MIDC in Maharashtra, all the plots are vacant and all the plots are taken. So I want to put up a factory. I need 1,000 square meter plot. There are like literally 100,000 square meter plots available, vacant. I can't be allotted a single, all of them are taken. Okay. This is because people are parking their money into these things, and it's just an investment for them.
No, but there would be some kind of a rule that you have to start construction within
they
3
keep
years.
manipulating, manage that, or they'll start something. If it's not vacant, they'll put up a shell, and they're
Something
very
or
creative
other.
ways. There are creative ways of going around this, but this is what happens. And all that land, all that valuable resource becomes unproductive because now it is a storehouse for capital. And one of the tragedies of India, I guess it's the case all over the world, is the return on investment is much higher than the return on capital employed in industry. So even if I was running a small industry and if I was making a lot of money, I wouldn't want to plow it back into my industry. I would much rather buy some real estate or some assets because that would grow much faster. The stock market has grown a lot faster than most industries have.
But isn't it the case that across the world, the returns on real estate are actually by far the worst?
But in India, it's also thanks to, so we have some ridiculous levels of stamp duty, transaction costs and things like that. So everything is incentivized for cash. So you just, we have this enormous sort of movement to remove cash from transactions. But real estate remains the one place where, it's like you have these heat sinks in electronic circuits which sort of absorb all the heat and then take it away from the components which get damaged. These things are huge money sinks. They just suck the money out and just store it there. And that's something that governments need to figure out how to.
Yeah, because I have seen that. Means even in I have speaking to some people in Kolhapur, and then getting a land in MIDC there is difficult. Like I'm looking for, let's say, 10,000 square feet, 25,000 square feet, and getting a land in MIDC. So MIDC or the industrial areas, why people look for land is one, because there is a concentration of industries, which means you get labor pretty easily. Second thing is there is a reliable source of electrical supply, because any other place the source of electrical supply is not supported by the government. That is another thing. Third thing is water. You get a good amount of water. The sewerage and all is taken care of. And with another industries around there, the security, safety is also much better. So it's a good advantage of staying in the pack. That is what happens in MIDC. And we say that there is so much land available. We are just inhabiting only 1% of the world's land and whatever. But MIDC में land नहीं मिलता है. MIDC में land नहीं मिलता है. I'm like, adjacent land will be available, which will not have as good electricity as this is. So we have been talking about being energy surplus and all that. But MIDC में आज भी one day in a week, you will not have power, and that's the day you will not do any activity. So if you have some kind of productions to be done because you have orders to be fulfilled, that one day you can't do anything because there is no power. So you can't really do anything about it. So that has still been the case. Despite of like last 25-30 years, the reforms have happened. We have invested heavily into power, but still this is a real ground level reality that in MIDC industrial area में जगह नहीं मिलता है. That is true.
And even power is the quality
very
of power is
unpredictable.
poor. The availability power is, they have arbitrary cutoffs, right? So if you want 100 kilowatts of power, you're above the cutoff of 50 kilowatts, you have to jump through several more hoops. If you want 150 you decide you want 100 kilowatts, you set up 100 kilowatts, and your business really took off. And now you want 150 kilowatts. It'll take you months to get that extra 50 kilowatts. And customers don't wait, right? So they move on, they'll go somewhere else. So these are problems that are completely policy level problems which can be solved by they're complex problems. They're complex problems because they're vested interests. A lot of these people are powerful people who want status quo. So it needs some really inventive, clever bureaucracy, middle management to handle the whole thing, but improve. But the benefits will be enormous. India, you just have to see, there's in Malad, where I live, there is this place called Bombay Talkies Compound. Now, Bombay Talkies Compound Bombay Talkies used to be a very famous movie making. It was founded by legendary Himanshu Rai and Devika Rani, and people like Dilip Kumar, Ashok Kumar, all these people started from there. Musician Pannalal Ghosh, all these people, they started from. So, over a period of time, Himanshu Rai died. Devika Rani, I think she had mental problems. I don't know what happened. She wasn't able to run the show. The whole ship went off the rails. And there were a lot of carpenters, fabricators, things that people who would put up sets and everything for the movie. They were unpaid. So one fine morning, some of them decided to just occupy the place. And Devika Rani was childless, and I think she went away, whatever. So in a space of a few years, that entire place got industrialized. They started making all these tiny little things. And in that dump, okay, there are no industrial facilities there, nothing. It was one of the most vibrant industrial areas in Bombay.
Wow.
You could get anything. I've seen, so there's one particular component that goes into a switchgear that needs to be brazed, 2 pieces of copper brazed with silver. And there was a Nepali guy who'd sit in a gully. He didn't even have a shop. He would sit in the sort of shade of somebody else's shop, and he should do that brazing there. And one of the characteristics of the brazing is that there's a pull test. So you braze it and then you try to pull He had absolutely awesome. His brazing would compete with German machinery. He was that skilled. Those kind of people, they worked there. And if that level of industry could happen in that small pocket, I shudder to think what would happen if the rest of our industrial space was unshackled. It would have been China plus. People would have been looking at China now for India plus one strategy.
No, we also have these challenges on GST, the IGST, CGST, SGST, getting the refunds from GST. You pay somebody invoice with GST, but that person does not pay the GST to the government and it becomes your liability. So stuff like that is still crazy. I think though we have a simpler tax code, but those areas are also there where we need much more ease. Because the moment your taxation burden continues, you have the entire working capital blocked into GST, and then how will you pay your vendors? How will you pay your employees? I think that trouble is still there.
I personally, I'm a big fan of GST.
No,
I've
I'm
lived
also
through the earlier regimes.
Yes.
GST is amazing. My only complaint with GST is the rates are too high. But the way it works is pretty flawless, pretty good, pretty smooth. It's just very, very high rates. And, if the rates were lesser, people would spend more. And
that CGST, SGST, IGST. No, I'm simply saying that if you can make it absolute simple, let's say 7.5%, one single GST, and then you figure out whom to give, what to give, how to give.
I mean, it was supposed to be the good and simple tax, but it should be called GCT because it became the good and complex tax.
It is good and simple for the people who are running it. It's that the old story of the Bedouin. I don't know if you know the old story of the Bedouin. So Bedouin is, he has his camp and he sells camels. And a British explorer comes, he wants to cross the Sahara Desert. And he goes to the Bedouin and says that I want to cross the Sahara How many days will it take? It's like, it'll take you 10 days. And if I buy one of your camels, how much water? So this camel, if I make him drink, the camel will last 10 days without water. So the explorer says, isn't that cutting it too fine? What if I lose my way? So that's going to be a problem. So he says, do you have a camel which will, store more water? So he says, I can make this camel itself store more water. If I'll do something to him, he will store twice the money. He'll be able to go 20 days. He'll drink double the water. So the explorer says, why don't you do that? So this guy says, okay, are you going to buy the camel? He says, yes. He pays the price and all. Then he goes to the camel. The camel is drinking water from a trough. So the Bedouin picks up 2 pieces of brick, okay, and he claps it really hard on the camel's testicles with full force. And the camel gives a whoosh of pain, and just out of that mind-numbing agony, it just drinks up that entire cistern. Just says, now you're done. Now, he's drunk enough water, you can take. And the British guy, being a British guy, is aghast at the cruelty. And he asked the Bedouin, doesn't it hurt like hell? So the Bedouin says, only if your thumb gets caught between the bricks. So this is how most legislation operates, right? So they don't care. The Babu shouldn't get any inconvenience. The public can go screw themselves. Yeah.
So I want to tell you 3 stories, and there's a point to these stories. And apologies, Naren, for telling stories while you are present. Story number 1, and I think you guys would know these stories. Story number 1 is when these dudes in Bihar stole a bridge. Right, so there were these thieves posing as irrigation department officials. They stole a 60-foot, 500-ton steel bridge in Amiyawar village of Bihar's Rohtas district. Right, they used bulldozers, gas cutters, and basically just stole the freaking bridge in broad daylight. And the villagers saw them around and thought, they must be from irrigation department or whatever. Story 1. Story 2 is that in Bihar's Darbhanga district, a bunch of enterprising folks stole a pond. So there was a pond one day, and the next day there was no pond. The pond was gone. And one has to wonder if there is a nexus between the bridge thieves and the pond thieves, because indeed one can see how there is sort of integration happening there, as it were, even vertical integration. And the third one is a recent thing where a bridge wasn't stolen, an illegal bridge was built, that a bunch of Bihar real estate brokers wanted land prices where they were to go up. So they built a bridge. They literally got a bridge built in Kari Koshi River in Ward number 4 in Rahmat Nagar area of Purnia town.
Wow.
Right? And then the Purnia Municipal Corporation found out, and now the Purnia Municipal Corporation, the last news that I get, wants to tear the bridge down. And I am like, this is insane, right? That these guys got the bridge built because they're real estate developers. They want the price of the land to go up. And hey, there's a bridge, it's connected by a bridge. The price duly goes up. It was a job of the Purnia Municipal Corporation to build that fucking bridge. Somebody built it for them. At private cost, this public good was constructed. And now they want to spend public money breaking down the public good constructed at private cost. But my larger point here, which I think both of you will empathize with and goes to the heart of today's episode, is that we are a fucking enterprising people. Yeah. There is tremendous entrepreneurship in this country. There is tremendous creativity in this country. We can do anything. The question is the ground on which we are being asked to dream fertile enough? Bihar is one of the centers in this country of online scams. There are entire villages which are basically call centers, and they are scamming people. Again, stuff that I've written about, and I'll put those links in the show note, right? And throughout this country, in every part of this country, there is so much entrepreneurial energy, and it is a great tragedy that this energy doesn't find adequate expression because of things like all of this regulatory nonsense that you mentioned. But these were the broad points, right? There's a problem with land, there's a problem with stuff like electricity and getting all of that going. What else, and have things gotten better? And should someone who wants to be an entrepreneur today, or should someone who is a small business today making 1 crore of profit a year, should that person want to expand, or can that person dream differently? What is how much of a barrier are these barriers in a nutshell?
I don't think. I think these kind of constraints. So at one side we will have China, where the state is so kind of involved into getting everybody off the kind of ground and making them grow. So I think that's something that is not going to be possible. We are wanting to say that how can we become China? I think becoming China is a daydream. I think that's gone. We should not even look at that. How can we pick up best practices from there and do maybe 20%, 30%, 40%, 100% तो possible नहीं है, because that by that time China also is moving forward. They have already taken their steps, so that's not going to happen. But with this enterprise, the entrepreneurial spirit that we have, with the kind of ingenuity of ideas that we have, the perseverance, because the constraints are so heavy, our perseverance is much better. We are very good at kind of showcasing our skills. We are very good at building things up. So I think if we all are a little more structured, if we all are a little more kind of onto the ground and get things in a system, a lot can be achieved. I think now with the changing world, with the accessibility of, yes, capital is not great, but for a good idea and a good executor, capital is not a challenge. I think capital is available. If you are not having the government or the bank finance, there are private, the P investments are there, the angel investments are there, there are micro investments are there. So multiple ways of getting your investments, provided you have a right idea and a good execution capability. So that is not a challenge. More or less, the regulatory burden, except for the GST rates high and all that, but it is same for everybody. So you have to kind of take that leap. I think it is on to the entrepreneurs that they change the way they work, they change the way they look at the industry, and take it forward from there. I think it is all on to entrepreneurs. Yes, we need clusters, we need land, we need electricity. Yes, chahiye, we need it, but it is not going to come overnight from anywhere. And there are so many industries which are already performing pretty well. We have moved to 3.5 billion trillion economy. We are looking towards 6 and 8 billion trillion economy. I think it is all up to entrepreneurs. That India will grow for next 10, 15, 20 years at 6-7% easily. That is going to be there, irrespective of what happens in the world, whether there is a Trump or no Trump, there is a China doing this or that, or there is a war in Ukraine. I think we will grow 6-7% easily. That is given for our population. We have such a fantastic domestic market, which is so huge that we can do all sorts of experimentation and build our successes here. I think it is all up to entrepreneurs that they put their head down, focus on the work at hand, and I think build what needs to be built.
And also there's this element of stoicism which comes naturally to most MSME entrepreneurs in India. Is principle number one of stoicism is you focus only on the things you can change. You don't look at things you can't change. And all the MSME guys get it. So whenever there is some really harsh change in the business environment owing to regulatory changes that makes it difficult for someone, people find their ways around it, and there are now new constraints, right? So anyone who's able to operate better in that constraint is that old story of two friends in the woods, and they hear the roar of a tiger, and one fellow takes out his running shoes and the other guy says, you can't outrun the tiger. He says, no, I want to outrun you. So this is what happens whenever sort of, these kind of hurdles present themselves. The tragedy, of course, is that while they make us, more efficient within our own milieu, overall as a country become less competitive. And in many areas that does happen. But I do get the sense that at a very meta level, the government also understands that, a lot of these things are mindless and they will go. But yeah, a lot of stoicism necessary to be a MSME guy.
I like your story about the tiger, especially because it is autobiographical, though you didn't tell the full story. Sudhir, let me tell you the story. So Naren and I were one day in a jungle and we heard a tiger. And Naren suddenly, because I don't know how the hell he had running shoes with him, but he suddenly took out running shoes from his backpack and sat down to put his running shoes on. And I said, Naren, what are you doing? You can't outrun the tiger. And Naren said, look, I don't have to outrun the tiger. I just have to outrun you. At which point I started running and the tiger came and ate Naren because he was still putting on his shoe. Right. And then, of course, the tiger ate me after that because it was still hungry and I'm Bengali and can't run fast enough. So both of us are not even sitting here. But speaking of tigers, Sudhir, you mentioned that, we can grow at 6-7% over the next 15-20 years and aapke muh mein ghee only, not shakkar, because sugar is poison. But so my question there is that I agree with you that it is a time of great optimism. The world is changing in amazing ways. Opportunities are great. Give me a sense of what some of these opportunities are for MSMEs in India.
So there are multiple sectors in India which are doing good. So let's look at around 6 or 7 sectors that we are good at. One is basically textile and apparel, which is what we are good at. We must be doing around 200 billion of total turnover, and almost around 20-25% of that is exports. And there are typical again areas where this happens. So Tirupur, we have Surat, we have Ludhiana, we have some part in Coimbatore and Mumbai. These are the kind of clusters where textile and apparels is great. We are extremely good at gems and jewelry. Gems and jewelry is almost around 100 billion, 85-90 billion roughly, out of which almost around 40 billion is export. I have few friends who have been telling me that a lot of, because the China now has a higher tariff on everything for US, and most of the market Indian people do is generally in US. US is heavy, almost around 60% goes to US, around 20-25% goes to Europe. So gems and jewelry is another interesting area. Again, we have Bombay, we have Surat, we have Jaipur, we have Kolkata, we have Rajkot. These are some clusters for this market. Now, gems and jewelry is again a typical MSME. So you will have the designers and all in micro. You will have small and medium enterprises, so ranging from 70-80 crores up to 300-400 crores. A friend of mine does almost around 200 crore. Majority of it is going to US. So that's an interesting sector for MSMEs. Third is leather and footwear. Leather and footwear is almost around 19-20 billion, 22 billion kind of opportunity, out of which again 1/4, 25% is export. And that's kind of again growing pretty fast because China is getting out of footwear, leather and footwear because they want to move up to the higher chain, and that's why they are getting people out, and it is no more cheap. Chinese labor is no more cheap. We have been talking about, everybody keeps talking about China's labor is cheap. It is no more cheap nowadays. They use a lot of technology, and because they have built economies of scale, they can really produce cheap, but their labor is no more cheap. But then there is a lot of artisanal work in the leather and footwear, and we have that. We have places like Chennai, we have Kanpur, we have Agra, we have Kolkata, we have Ranipat. These are the areas where leather and footwear is great. We have a very vibrant auto components industry, and we do quite a bit of export. So almost around 80 billion is auto, the auto auxiliary and auto components, out of which almost around 1/4, around 20-25 billion is export. And auto sector has a good employment. So almost around 30-40 million people are in this particular particular sector. I think your MSME also comes as an auto ancillary.
We don't export much, but we do export a little bit.
So that's again Pune, Chennai, Gurugram, Manesar, Ahmedabad, Aurangabad. These are the Skoda is in Aurangabad, Pune is Bajaj, and then again
and they're
Skoda
in surprisingly critical areas. They're like very critical components. Interesting anecdote. Someone I know works in Detroit area. Used to work for GM. Now he's moved somewhere else. But he was telling me, so he's a Maharashtrian guy. And they have a very strong Maharashtrian community in the Detroit area. Why? Because a lot of the automotive ancillary is there. Okay. They've hired from Pune. They've poached people from Pune factories and taken them to America.
Wow. And even Bagwesar, they had a plant in Detroit area also. So they are also in auto ancillary, and he had one plant in Detroit. So there are a lot of, and see, Pune has a very interesting combination of the automobile industry being there, then software development happened. So as these the cars are becoming more and more software oriented, that entire embedded software also now comes from Pune. So this is a very interesting combination.
Very, very special purpose. Your regular software guys can't program
the embedded softwares are very different, the system softwares. Then we have specialty chemicals. So that's another huge opportunity, almost around 250 billion kind of 240-50 billion kind of a turnover. Almost around 30-35 billion out of that is exports. Again, there are typical clusters like Ankleshwar, Vapi, Dahej, which are Gujarat is good and huge in specialty chemicals. Maharashtra, we have our own Tarapur industrial area that's there. Then we have pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals is another big opportunity where growth is there. MSMEs are a lot. Companies with turnover of around 70-80 crores up to 500 crores. Quite a lot. They do contract manufacturing. The companies which depend upon pharmaceutical companies is also another. So equipment manufacturing companies, inspection companies, then there is a packaging industry, there are bottles which are made. There's a whole lot of industries which depend on the pharmaceutical industry, and they are all again MSMEs. Hyderabad is a big kind of a place for pharmaceutical. Mumbai, Pune, Ahmedabad, some Bangalore, because Micro is in Bangalore. So these are the sectors. Now, if we go one by one and look at what is basically happening in each of the sector, that there are textile SMEs, they are growing because there is a definite China plus one strategy post COVID. A lot of companies, even a friend of mine is into kitchen. You have met him. So kitchen and kitchen equipment and stuff like that, they make cutlery, and the entire world chain is saying that yes, we will continue buying from China, but today we buy 100% from China. Tomorrow we want to buy, let's say 70%. We have 30%. Now, when you talk about 30%, you might find it very small, but when it comes to the global numbers, it is really,
I call
really
it
huge.
The creepy China opportunity. China creeps everybody out in the West. So you'll get that creepy China premium here. So if they're paying China 100 rupees, they will gladly give you 110 or 120, depending on how creepy their Chinese supplier is, just to get the same level of.
Yeah, so I think friendshoring is the new word that I learned. Yeah, I didn't know this word. So offshoring I knew, onshoring I knew. Friendshoring is a friendly country where you want to offload your work and start buying from that country. So I think that's an interesting opportunity that we are seeing. Yeah, I think replacing China, India will replace China, and India will basically, everybody will buy from India. That is not going to happen. So Southeast Asia, we have Thailand, we have Vietnam, we have India, Sri Lanka, some part of Bangladesh. I think all these countries put together, we will create a kind of a logistics chain, and that chain collectively will maybe replace China in some way. We also have gems and jewelry. Again, we have a huge domestic market. Our own domestic demand for jewelry is good. We are mad people after gold. We have so much of gold in our society itself that particular thing is taken care of. So that is an good interest.
I've in fact heard Naren's mother say about him कि मेरा लड़का हीरा है, हीरा. So demand from gems is certainly high.
So again, in the leather also, global supply realignment that is happening. China is wanting to get out of low cost because they want to get their GDPs up. I think India GDP per capita is around 7,000-8,000 USD. China is somewhere around 23,000-24,000. US is around 70,000-73,000. China wants to move from that. So China has to go 3 times to catch up US. We have to go 3 times to catch up China. That means we are around 9 or 10 times to catch up US. And so everybody is trying to move. And when you are moving, your population is same. You want to move up the chain. You will give away something which is low cost manufacturing, and you will move to higher. And I think China has created almost around 15 billion opportunity just in footwear and leatherware, and that is something that we can pick up. Auto components, we have been always very strong. Our local demand has been very good. Again, China plus. So I think every sector that we have, India 7-8 sectors that we talked about, everywhere there is a China plus one ka opportunity jo hai, which is there. We need to align get our act together. We have to work little smart. People are ready to give you little premium, because if you have 66% coming from China, 33% coming from India and allied places, then what happens is that even if you give India around 10% higher, your effective price is going to increase only 3%, because you are still buying from China 66%. So you have created some kind of a mood away from China, but still your pricing would not be changing more than 3.5%. So I think that's an advantage that we are seeing.
Before I go to my next question, I want to express my nationalistic pride that there is one field in which we are world leaders. Narendra Shenoy, can you guess what it is?
Auto rickshaws.
No. Actually, that's a good guess. We should figure that out. Yeah. WhatsApp uncles. Because of the manufacturing hub of Uncle Ishwar.
Uncle Ishwar.
As mentioned a few minutes ago by Sudhir. Here's my question. Our biggest opportunity, obviously, is to be a global player, is to compete in the global marketplace, and that automatically forces us to lift our standards, to adopt best practices, and etc., etc. It's a beautiful virtuous cycle set into motion. But we are living in geopolitically complex times. Like, we are recording this on April 25th. God knows what will happen between the recording and the episode actually coming out. Things are moving very fast. There is a trade war. The Trump tariffs are a complete disaster. Even if you backpedal on some of them, the uncertainty that is created in the environment bears a heavy cost. And like, just for example, Sudhir, you mentioned the pharmaceutical industry. Now, India's pharmaceutical industry depends on APIs, and 80 to 90% most APIs are manufactured in China. At some point, if China uses that as a strategic leverage against India, it becomes incredibly difficult for us. It can create a massive disruption in the pharma industry. Now, Ajay and I just released an episode of Everything is Everything today, which is April 25th, which is episode 96, where at the end we actually argue that this can be an incredible opportunity for India, because there is already, and he says he hears from insiders on the government, that there is already a move towards removing many of our tariffs barriers. And our dream, of course, is that we have zero tariff barriers and zero non-tariff barriers as well. Whether or not that happens, we don't know. But a significant reduction will be enormously good for our own people, our own manufacturers, because inputs get so much cheaper, and even for our exporters, because obviously they'll be reciprocated elsewhere, and it is just a win-win game all around. But I want to ask you that, given global environment, what do you guys make of this? Because back in the day, you could take globalization for granted, right? The term Washington Consensus was coined in 1989. You assumed that there was a consensus throughout the world that there is free trade. Tariffs on heavy industries in the Western world went down from around 40% at the time of when World War II ended to less than 5% in 2000. And you would have imagined that, okay, as far as that is concerned, it's the end of history. Globalization has come. Today, globalization is under deep threat. China is playing a spoiler's role. Donald Trump is going ballistic. Their fundamental economic thinking itself seems flawed. How do we look at this? At one level, from an Indian consumer point of view and policy point of view, yeah, I can see the silver lining that maybe in all of this chaos, we reduce our tariffs, which is very good for everyone here. Given that so many of our MSMEs would want to play in the global marketplace and indeed need that global marketplace to take the next step forward, how should we think about all of this?
So my personal thing is, we still don't have several key things. So one of my friends long ago, back in the day, the government used to give something known as a D-zone incentive. So D-zone incentive was if you put your district, your factory in Bhandara Jilla, in middle of nowhere, northern Maharashtra, eastern Maharashtra, you would not have to pay any sales tax. So that was the incentive. And unsurprisingly, that wasn't an incentive strong enough for anyone. The people would put, naam ke vaste, large companies would go and put up factories there. But everything would be manufactured somewhere in Pune or Mumbai, shipped there, labeled, packed something and shipped from there. So that was a kind of thing. So one of my friends had said that time, why are these people giving us these incentives? All they need to give us is good roads and electricity. और कुछ नहीं चाहिए, सब बाकी सब झेल लेंगे. And that thing is still not present here. All you need so good roads seem to be getting there, at least on a national level. The backbones are there. Interior roads are still a mess in every single state. So they need to work on that. We have tremendous amounts of resources. I mean, we have the power generation is excellent. It's just matter of correcting policies and making sure that industry pays a hell of a lot more for power than everyone else. We pay 3 or 4 times what residential users pay, and we still don't get power. I have a factory in one area in Maharashtra where we have typically 6 to 8 hours power outage, like it's 25 kilometers from Bombay, for no discernible reason. So those things need to be, and they need to be improved really quickly, because we have a small window when all this nonsense happened. If China capitulates, if it sucks up to Donald Trump and it gets back into, unlikely, but if they do, then that window could just vanish overnight. So we need to take that window and make sure that we can deliver. Otherwise, there's no point. I mean, the whole world is huge. I mean, we have to crank up our manufacturing like 10x.
So what you're saying is that abhi dunya ki mat socho, if we just control this here, give us good roads and good electricity, our guys are jugadu enough to get the job done.
Yeah.
By the way, for Power, I would recommend both of you watch episode 40 of Everything is Everything on Power and episode 78 of Everything is Everything. Portable nuclear reactors could be the solution for all of this. Just buy a portable nuclear reactor from DMart and, take it over to your MIDC plot, install kar do, and everything is sorted. But...
but I think, I believe that, see, what is happening is that when you are looking at the geopolitical scenario, there is going to be the fight between China and US. Maybe you change the regimes also, maybe Trump will go and Xi Jinping will go. But I think that those countries have come to certain point where the leader really is not going to change anything great. Yes, Trump is like moving it. Everybody thought that the tariffs would be there, and then all other countries' tariffs are basically put down to 10% more, 10% only. So earlier it was, so India had a tariff of 5.5% with China, with the US. Now this additional 10%, so 15%. Now 5% is what everybody is figuring out. How do you give discount of 5%? And everybody is figuring out, and the ultimate duty is coming to around 10%. So which is like Trump is happy that I'm getting 10%, which is I have doubled government coffers straight away by this. The end user is going to get impacted by only 5%. And if it is in luxury industry, like let's say gems and jewelry and all that, it is absorbable. So that's not a problem. But what is going to happen consistently is that China is going to move ahead into an high-end area, which means China is going to give away the low-end and medium-end work because they have to move, because their population, their population is almost, and their population is almost halted. Now their demographic dividend is going to go away because they have that one-child policy. With that, the number of people going to remain same. You have to increase your production. That means you have to get into into higher end work to be done, and they are already there. They are doing that. When that is happening, there are certain low end work areas are going to be open, and that's our opportunity. We should not look at it like, oh, China has got out of it. It is something low end. I think if it is giving us higher than what we are currently doing it, why should we not do it? So if footwear is an opportunity, we should do it. If API is an opportunity, we should do it. We should take everything that helps us increase our per capita GDP from 7,500, whatever is, to 10,000, 12,000, 15,000. Just take the opportunity and do it. And there is a world is a market. See, the biggest advantage I see is that as a domestic country, as a country with 1.4 billion people, we have enough huge domestic market. Do all your testing with the domestic market, build whatever scale you want to build here, and from there then you take it abroad out. So I think whatever is happening on the tariffs are not going to be sustainable for long. I think nobody can, because ultimately it is the end user is going to pay for it. It is nobody else. It is the sufferer is the end user at any point of time. So tariffs, whatever, however you use it, what happened in US also, the Apple went to Trump and got the tariffs on the phone reduced. Now phone, they could show phone is a necessity, it is very important and all that. So every big company with their deep pockets will go to Trump and get those concessions and will get. And I think then it will be only kind of exercise, which is you are just showing that yes, we are having tariff and we have taken tough stand. But every big industry will kind of get exceptions, get concessions, and they will move. So I don't think tariff are going to be there for long. Yes, they will increase. They will try and figure out a way to that they are wanting to bring China to a discussion table. I think it's a tactic. He's a classic game theory player. He will ask for moon because he wants something little more than what it is today. So even if everything goes, if he has to retract on all the tariffs, and if he maintains that, okay, fine, tariff from tomorrow onwards is 10%, he has increased his income, government income, by 3 times.
Actually, he hasn't, because it doesn't mean you'll collect that much and it becomes a tax on your own consumers. So, which he doesn't understand, of course.
No, what is that everybody is saying that now so they are also trying to find out efficiencies. So anybody who is exporting to US, they are reducing their margins. So what I have seen in the industry happening is that there is a negotiation happening. Okay, now there is a 10% extra tariff. I will bear 5%. You bear 5%. So you bring out efficiencies in your manufacturing and give me 5% discount. I will figure out what to do. Maybe I will reduce my margins in certain way, but then I will keep consumer. So what will be passed on to consumer will be 1 or 2%. That's all. So ultimately, even if your tariff has gone up by 10%, the end consumer may have 1 or 2% because 4% is given by the supplier, 4% is given by the distributor. So everybody is trying to figure out and maintain the numbers same. So that is what is happening in the background. Everybody is trying to figure out where is the fat in the system. Can I cut little fat and can I still survive? So everybody is trying to figure that out. And everybody is then saying that, okay, fine, we are doing this. Can we now grow the market? Can we? So if you are taking certain things away from China, if I am giving volume to you, with that volume I can offset. So my profitability will go down, but my net profit will go up because I am doing more volumes currently. So that is how I think the game is being played currently in the market.
Bizarrely, everything's sort of
settles, no? Supply demand.
Yeah, I mean, for listeners, there are 2 episodes of Everything is Everything, Ep 95 and 96, which are about exactly this. Ep 95 deals with the 101s of globalization, why globalization is great, tariffs are terrible, note the alliterating, and also gives a potted history of globalization. And episode 96 goes much more into the nuances of the current situation. You will find Ajay and I in a furious argument with each other, for those of you who like that kind of thing. But I would like to inform you that we are still friends. And let's move on now to the human aspect. Like, take a geopolitical to ho gaya, and I think a lot of what happens in the future and in world politics is unknowns, is too complex for us. And as Naren wisely said, ki yaar rasta do, bijli do, baki hum dekh lenge. But tell me, Sudhir, now, and this is something both of you know about, but Sudhir, I know you must have tremendous insight into, because you are all the time hanging out with entrepreneurs and SME owners especially. I want to understand what are the personal and professional challenges one by one that SME owners face, that people running micro businesses, small businesses, medium businesses face, because very often it's extremely lonely at the top, right? If you are running a small or a medium enterprise today, you know, you can be lonely at the top. It's difficult for you to find a group of peers who face similar challenges. If you're running a big company and you're from Harvard, you'll have a network of peers and etc., and all that really helps. But if you are in Nashik or Ranchi or Satara or Sholapur and you're running a business and the world is rapidly changing and globalization is upon you, and at both a personal and a professional level, there are a different set of challenges that you're struggling to keep up with. So give me your insights on what that is, because it is that human story that fascinates me, that we can talk about what SMEs need to do, but they're being run by human beings who have, who've come out of a certain environment, a certain ecosystem, a certain society. They take me into their heads and tell me their stories.
So my personal take is, so I've been an entrepreneur, and I know all the entrepreneurs I know live this life 24/7. So I pick up all calls. There are no unknown numbers that I don't pick up, because literally anyone might be calling you if you are an MSME owner. So you are that connected. You don't have anything like a work-life balance. You have customers calling you in the middle of the night saying that they made a mistake in their production schedule, but they need your material tomorrow morning. What can you do? You pick up the material, put it in your car, you drive there and you deliver it. I have done those things. But you don't think anything about it. So it's just, and it doesn't happen every day. It's just once in a blue moon. It's just that you are there for it. The second point which Sudhir made in another podcast of which I watched is that there is a lot, about 99% or even more, is just boring, plodding, painstaking drudgery. But it doesn't feel like that to them. So making an invoice. Today, so we supply to the automotive sector. We have to make an invoice. So if I'm making a shipment of 1,000 parts, and I need to make 100 invoices for 10 parts each, because that is the lot they push onto the assembly line, 10 at a part. So it's not 10 actually, now it's 100. So I make 10 invoices of 100 parts each. So it goes in batches of 100. It makes their management. It's same the Bedouin and the brick story. They don't care how much inconvenience it makes. So we end up having to make the invoicing department in every manufacturing company the most overworked. So they have to make invoice, they have to make an e-way bill, they have to make all kinds of documentation. Usually most of our invoices go with copies of the test report, things like that. All that entire sheaf, bunch of it takes hours to do. But no, you'll never find anyone complaining about it. Which is very curious. This work-life balance thing, I find, is a very first world kind of a concern. And it's a problem if you say it's a problem. Till that time, it's like the fish, they don't know that there is water. Only when someone tells them there is water, oh, there is such a thing. What is that? That's what. And there is one line from a Pula Deshpande sort of story that remind me. So this is a story called Antu Barwa. And Antu Barwa is a man who lives in the Konkan, Ratnagiri. And this guy goes to Ratnagiri and he says it's too hot. So Antu says in his Ratnagiri style, गोठ्यात निधणाऱ्यान बैलाच्या मुताची घाण येते म्हणून कसं चालेल. So someone who sleeps in a cow shed, how can he complain that it's smelling of the bull's urine? It's all pervasive, it's there, it's part of it. Just deal with it, move on. So that's my way. But yes, a lot of people would say that's very unfair. It's inhuman, dehumanizing people. It's okay for me. I'm an owner, and if it makes a profit, I'm going to make a lot of money. But what about my manager? What about my supervisor who's working 60 hours maybe or 45 hours a week? What about him?
What about your invoicing department? Because let me tell you something, I hate making fucking invoices. Like this show has one regular advertiser, which is CTQ Compounds, my good buddies and erstwhile fellow quizzers, Ramanand and Harish run that. And every month, Harish has to remind me 40 times ki send the invoice. Like they make the payment before I send the invoice. And last month, because I was traveling, Harish said, fuck you. And he made the invoice for me and sent it to me, which is kind of embarrassing because this is like just going the other way. कुछ लोग पेमेंट नहीं देते, ये लोग पेमेंट प्रैक्टिकली एडवांस में देते हैं और उसके बाद इनवॉइस भी खुद बनाते हैं मेरे लिए because I'm too fucking lazy to do it. So sometimes Narendra Shenoy, have some empathy, speak to your invoice department, give them a bonus, give them chai, give them
I have
some
two wonderful young boys who do this.
give them some mystical poke.
I think Indian SME entrepreneurs are typically India is a huge family-oriented country. We believe into family. Everything is family. We run our companies like a family. If you see the owners of the company addressing their employees, they will always talk about we all are one family and all that. Though there are a lot of things are not right, but then they will always give family example. And that's why I like the Mittelstand model, because Mittelstand also talks about familial way. They don't talk about shareholder returns. They talk about stakeholder return. And in stakeholder return, you're talking about your suppliers, you're talking about your employees, you're talking about your bank, you're talking about even the owners. So all that, so that difference between shareholder and stakeholder is very interesting. And that's what happens in India also. So India is deeply family. So your familial activity is your distressing things. So you will find these entrepreneurs having Satyanarayan Puja. My experience has been most of Maharashtra, all SMEs, and they will have puja, and I think it is true everywhere across India. We have puja, we have all the festivals, so kite festivals, all the female in the organization, they will have those 9 colors codes during the Navratri, and Diwali is celebrated. So all these activities which are religious in nature, which are cultural in nature, they get lot of stress away. Otherwise, the entrepreneurial journey is very, very lonely. There are informal networks in every city. So you will have Rotary, you will have Lions Club, you will have the industries, they will have their own associations, they will have groups around a particular activity, they will have Save the City kind of movement. So what happens is that we all in Bombay and cities like Delhi and Bombay, Delhi mostly, and now Pune is reaching there, Bangalore is bad. We complain a lot about traffic because we take 1.5 hours to reach to factory and back. But in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, the travel is 15 minutes. So you have a lot of time available. Few people, if their factories are not too far, go out home for lunch. So that entire familial way of living brings a lot of work-life balance for them. So they are connected to their family, they are connected to their community, and that brings a lot of comfort for them. When you come to mental wellness, yes, life is very tough. Entrepreneur's day starts at early, as you said very rightly, that if there is no raw material for your line to feed, you would go in the morning at 7 o'clock. Your calls will start at 7 o'clock and you will finish that. You will go and supervise the line. You will check what is happening on your sales team, whether the new orders have come for. Then you will go to your accounts and check whether your collections have happened or not. And then in the evening, if there is some invoicing left out, there are some complaints. So you will solve all that during the day. So an entrepreneur is always consistently busy, but there is no fatigue per se, because as you said very rightly, that's the way it is. A fish doesn't understand the existence of water around that. The same way an entrepreneur doesn't understand that there is a kind of a pressure, there is a kind of loneliness that is there. But lot of such groups and formal and informal groups are coming up. So my co-founder Bagwe sir, he has this teaching and learning community. They have almost around 1,400 entrepreneurs across Maharashtra from cities. So it started in Nasik, and now they have members in Pune, Sangli, Satara, Kolhapur, Aurangabad, Ahmednagar. And these people, they work together, they learn together, they build their the entire structures of how to run company is disseminated by TLC. There are almost around 60, 70 people at the senior level who learn directly from Bhagwe sir, and then those people teach their next level of 200 people, and then those people teach another 1,000 people down the line. So there is a nice informal, they meet once a month, they have their own programs where they check implementation, they have their own things happening in terms of whether implementation is done or not. So audits happen, then the awards are given, industry speakers are brought in. So such groups are there. EO, which is another group, entrepreneur, but I think EO is basically super high. It is not MSME thing anymore, because I think they charge something like 50 lakh rupees an annual joining fee and all that. Insane. Yeah. I am part of another network called Ascent. Ascent is basically started by Harsh Mariwala, which is again a collective of entrepreneurs. Almost 1,000 entrepreneurs are part of it, and we are a bunch of 10 entrepreneurs together. Everybody's business is so different that we don't compete with each other. So there is a non-compete. You meet every month, once a month, and you meet and share your experiences, check in. You do what you did in the last month, what are the challenges, and you speak about those challenges, and everybody basically says, so nobody gives gyan to each other, no gyan, but experiential sharing, where you tell how you solve a similar problem in your industry or in your company and stuff like that. So there are diversifications that you do, there are certain calls that you have to take on finances, and all those calls you can talk about and others will give their perspective. So these informal networks that are now coming in, being made available, they help a lot on entrepreneurs, because now there is a collective kind of being together, collective problem solving that is there. And I think whatever we say, we talk, we will make fun of WhatsApp uncle. WhatsApp also is used in some genuine way, nice way, that there are networks, there are communities which are part of that, and those communities share with each other stuff online on WhatsApp, and those communities also are thriving. So there are interesting models that are emerging up from there. In terms of I feel my own personal experience of last 12 years with Ascent, I'm bunch of 9 people more with me, and I've been kind of talking about all the stuff, right from movement from one business, my selling off, my basically getting an exit from my earlier business, getting into something new, moving from there, starting how frameworks. At all journey, I have been bouncing off the ideas, I've been talking, and as if they are my board members, they talk to me, they help me out, and those informal networks really help a lot. So even if in small companies you don't have the board of directors, that's one of the things that is very common across the board. The SMEs generally husband, wife, and maybe brother who would be part of your board of directors, but that is only for the namesake. Your real bouncing of ideas, your real sharing happens in the informal networks like this. So coming back to the stress level, coming back to the work-life balance, I think we are pretty resilient. I am not seeing people really kind of the way we see the pressure taken by students to succeed, and then we see those suicides happening in Kota and all that. You don't see entrepreneurs kind of getting to that zone of self-harm ever. You very, there must be cases, but very rare cases. Otherwise, they figure out a way, because I think an entrepreneur, when he gets into a business, then they are basically problem solver. So they try to figure out some problem, so kuch bhi problem aayega, we'll solve it.
And
so
solve it by any means, whatever.
By any means you want. So you will, so Sam Dam Dandaved, whatever is there, you will figure out a way and you will solve it. So you will consistently, I think your that nail polish wala story was very interesting. Yeah.
Tell.
Oh, that's actually, so I told Sudhir about this friend of mine. There's no real context to anything. But very long back, I had another friend, and we went to meet this guy. He had, in our old industrial area, he had a little unit manufacturing nail polishes. And those little bottles with plastic cap and everything, nail polish. So he also gave a few nail polish bottles for Sheila, and they weren't really good because they were pretty low end. But he seemed to be doing very well. He had like his factory full of nail polish bottles and a lot of people working and everything. So I just, we used to meet him. We met him a few times, and I commended him on how well he seemed to be running his company, and who would have thought, kind of thing. So he told me that he almost didn't, he almost gave up. So what happened? His story was as follows. He was a Gujarati guy who was part of a joint family headed by some uncle, and it was some grain, kirana, some kind of a business like that. And all these, he and several other of his cousins, all nephews of that uncle, were working. And the uncle was basically exploiting them like anything. He didn't intend. One day, they all realized that the uncle's grand plan was to not give them any money. So all of them decided to leave en masse. And all the other cousins, they had managed to sort of scrounge up enough money to start off similar lines of business, which they knew well. So they started their whatever wholesale, retail, whatever kirana supply there. This guy, unfortunately, didn't have enough money to do that. His wife said, "Don't worry, here's my jewelry, sell it off." He cobbled whatever he could. And he had a friend who said, "I know how to make nail polish." So they got together and decided to start this nail polish factory. The nail polish factory, they got all the material, they got the equipment, they got everything. And the friend was supposed to be the guy who knew how to make it. So he got the solvent and the pigment and everything, and he made the nail polish, they put it into bottles. And this guy even had a customer. So they shipped it out to the customer. Everything was fine. But about a week later, that entire lot comes back to his factory, because what has happened is all the pigment has settled down and the solvent is up. That doesn't work. Can't work. So that nail polish basically bombed. And then the friend who was supposed to be the process guy, he realized that he had goofed up. He didn't know whatever. He decided to bail out. He says, "I don't know what is this. I don't have any more money. I don't want to do anything." And he just left and went. So this guy has his entire life savings in all these bottles and no prospect of selling it. He doesn't know what to do. So he goes around, he goes to a bank, he tells them he needs money. No one is willing to lend him a penny because he doesn't have a credit history and nothing to mortgage, nothing left to pledge. And so this is in Vasai. So he's just going around and he meets a friend of his at the railway station. So not friend, but someone who was in school with him. And that person says, "You look very worried and stressed. What's the matter with you?" So he just blurts out everything. He says, "This is what happened." So that fellow says, "See, I have 2 lakh rupees here. Take this 2 lakh rupees, put it into your business, give it another shot. Find someone better. Find someone who can tell you the right formulation, do whatever, because you have all these bottles, you have all this pigment, you have the customer, everything. And if you make enough money, return it to me. And if not, let it go, because it's just spare money for me. I don't need it." And he turned it around. And he says that was the most incredible stroke of luck I've ever had. It just turned around. I got the right person. I got the right chemicals. I reformulated the damn thing and it sold. And after that, it's just grown the business.
And you gave the money back to this guy.
Give the money back to him. This is random acts of kindness. I thought it was so it's really nothing to do with MSMEs or anything. It's just random kindness of people.
Humanity, society.
Yeah.
I mean, all of it.
Yeah, and that guy actually took that opportunity and made that's the
entrepreneurship.
That's the entrepreneurship, no? And basically, yes, that's why we were coming from the point of that how entrepreneurs never suicide or get into self-harm. They never give up. They will figure out a way to do something. They will do some jugaad.
I mean, that's why they're an entrepreneur. Otherwise, आप salary पे job लो.
Exactly.
बराबर है. Absolutely.
Brilliant. And I think we should actually be proud of all our entrepreneurial traditions and the fact that in so many different ways. We have this, and I want to now turn the attention from all the entrepreneurs in general out there to our favorite entrepreneur, Narendra Shenoy. Our favorite entrepreneur is this
in
man,
my
Sudhir
opinion,
Sarnobat.
is doing what that nameless friend did to our nail polish entrepreneur. Namely, give something in a random act of kindness to help that person turn his life around.
And at scale. And it's not money, it's knowledge, but
It's
at
knowledge,
scale.
yeah.
So tell me about the journey towards How Frameworks. Like, how did you arrive at this? What is your personal journey here?
Yeah, so
So before that, I must, for listeners, give a little background, because I'm also a member of Sudhir's group called How Frameworks. So in short, what it does is it introduces framework thinking for business situations. And though I am a card-carrying MBA, I am almost embarrassed. I actually never admit to anyone except under duress. Like when they got me under lights and they're pulling my fingernails off, that's when I admit that I'm an MBA. Otherwise, I never do, because I suck at business. I'm just terrible. Why am I terrible? Because I get easily confused, right? So you don't know which knob to twiddle. It's an equalizer, and you got your bars and treble and medium, and every twiddle makes your your sound system sound bad in some different way. It doesn't solve the problem. You want great music out of it. It doesn't happen. And then, so bringing that analogy back to the business environment, so you have receivables. Do you manage receivables? Do you manage your machinery? Do you invest more money in your business? Do you hire better people? Do you fire people? What the hell do you do? And everything you do, you decide, oh, I got too many people, I fire people, and your productivity goes down. So you have to hire the people back, and you realize that your machinery is old, you get new machinery, and that now you have the new machinery, that's not working, and now you have a big fat loan to pay off, things like that. So Sudhir and Mr. Bagwe, they've put up literally every possible situation that an MSME might encounter in very neat frameworks, which really cut through the clutter. It focuses your thinking and crystallizes. And I, for one, find it extremely helpful in viewing aspects of my business which used to confound me. So with that, I'll just pass.
thank you.
This is a brilliant introduction, but I must protest that you said you suck at business. Like, no, because you are a successful businessman for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. I hope I'm not giving your age away. But, so I strongly protest that the actual practice of what you do has shown that you rock at business. But I totally get what you're saying, that often the world is deeply complicated. And one of the things I've benefited from, and it took me years and years and years, is you gather frameworks from different fields, from economics, from philosophy. You gather frameworks from different fields and you use it to kind of cut through the clutter, and then some of the confusion clears, some of the fog clears. Like there's this beautiful analogy first used, I think Milan Kundera came up with it in his early 90s book Testaments Betrayed, where he sees that a man is in fog. Right? He doesn't know the road forward. There is just fog all around him. And then he starts making a road by essentially walking. Mm-hmm. And then that road happens. And then he reaches the end somewhere and he turns around. And when you turn around and you look back, you can see the man and you can see the road, but you cannot see the fog.
Wow.
Right? And I'm just thinking that what clear thinking does, what frameworks do, like what you're putting together, Sudhir, is that you're helping people clear away the fog in the moment, that you don't blunder from day to day or from week to week, from month to month, but you help them stand there and see clearly. So, of course, it's a for-profit business and I hope it does very well, but it is also, in my view, a public service, as I think every successful business actually is
a public service,
if you think about it. So now, tell us about the journey that kind of brought you to thinking in the...
Yeah, so in 2016 to 18, I exited from my earlier insurance broking business and I was thinking of starting something new. And at that point of time, a couple of friends from my school, Shadashram, 40-year-old friends, they run a couple of companies in Nasik. So they said, why don't you come on a board, be a director, and then we grow these companies. And that was my first brush with manufacturing, almost around 8 years back. And I told him that I'm basically a person who is an entrepreneur by nature. I can come on a board, I can be there, but I will give at least 5 years for it. So and that was my thought process. And I've been thinking about what to do next, but I said, okay, this is an interesting opportunity to kind of go and understand the manufacturing industry. Now, these two companies, so one was the pharma process equipment manufacturing, and another was those machines that they had put into another company, and they were doing food processing from there. So these are the two companies that were there in Nasik. I started working with them, and I said that if you are now currently at, let's say, 1x, and if you want to go to 10x, you need to have somebody who will help you on this journey. So change management, thought process management needs to be there. And they said, can we look at some business consultants? And then they said, yeah, we have somebody in Nasik who runs something called TLC, and would you like to meet them? And that was, I think, sometime in the month of June or July 2018. I met Mr. Bagwe. I will call him Bagwe sir because everybody calls him Bagwe sir. So he is an entrepreneur who is a mechanical engineer from VZTI Bombay. Way back in 1982, 83, they moved to Nasik, and then they started their industry, which is called Reliable Autotech, and he has been running that company. They are 500 crore plus company. They are no more an MSME. They are beyond that. And when he was in Nasik, he is also has done his management from Harvard. So he had this understanding of engineering as well as management very well. And as he was by around 2003-4, he had already spent around 20 years in the industry because they came in 1984. So 84, 94, 94, 2004. He was already a veteran in the industry. 20 years spent. So a lot of people used to come to him for advice, and that's how he started teaching people about how do you run business. And it started informally for around 5, 10, 15 entrepreneurs in Nasik, and he started something called as Teaching and Learning Community. It started in 2005, just completed 20 years now, 2 decades now. And then he was talking about it on some TV channel or some channel. There was his interview. And then other people, some people from Kolhapur saw it, and then they came and said that how can we be part of it? And he said, no, I am basically from Nasik. Then say, okay, fine, you come to Pune, we'll come from Kolhapur to Pune, and then we'll do this. And that's how this entire movement called Teaching Learning Community is spread across Maharashtra. It is basically in Nasik, started from Nasik. They have members in Nasik, Pune, Sangli, Satara, Kolhapur, Aurangabad, Ahmednagar. These are almost 1,400 of them. So I met Bagwe sir in 2018, and I liked him because his clarity of thought is amazing. And so we used to have these weekly meetings as a part of that change management process. And whenever I used to go to him with any problem that we have in the manufacturing, because for me, manufacturing was new. I am an engineer, but I was in projects earlier. Then I was into services industry. So my brush with manufacturing, I know things, but I was not really a practicing person. So when I got my hands dirty there, I started understanding the nuances, and I used to go to him and ask for a solution, and he would never give me a solution. He would always tell me a framework. How do you solve this problem through a framework? And anything you go to him at any point of time, he will never give straight one answer. This is no. You need to do these 5 things so that you can solve this problem in totality. And he had frameworks for anything that you take him, he will have a framework for that. And then I used to observe that, and that is almost around 3-4 years. Pandemic came in between. We were like kind of operating remotely for almost a year and a half. Once the pandemic, everything got over, we again got back into action. And I used to always think about this, that This is a very interesting way of solving problems, because whatever complex problem that is at you in front of you, you break it into small pieces, and then you solve those pieces in a structured manner that the overall problem gets solved in a very nice way. And I was very kind of stuck by that, and very impressed about that whole methodology. And that's how when my almost 5 years with these companies got over, I was itching to do something new, and at the same time I wanted something with a larger purpose, because I thought that whatever I will do now, I will do it for next 20 years. So I was around 53, 54. I said, okay, fine. Now, if you have to work until 75 minimum, if that is the retiring age, what do you do which will be long lasting, which will have an element of societal service, which will help the overall thing. And at the same time, it is, I believe in, as you say very rightly, that double thank you moment is what I love. So I think people give a time for a lot of things, people give attention for a lot of things, but when it is coming to giving money, people don't give. So if you create a service for which they have to pay, and if they pay, then only there is really a good service. Otherwise, people are not really paying for it. So I thought that let's build something like this. So way back in 2023 March, I went to Bagwe sir and I told him that this is what I have in my mind. Can we work on something like this? And he was not very sure, because this is something which was very different way. So what I had proposed to him was that whatever you teach at TLC, now this TLC is like a lab, because like 20 years they have been doing stuff and actually implementing it, finding out what goes wrong, again correcting it. So everything is basically, it's like a 20-year-old trial, like a drug trial done, and the drug is ready to come out. So I said to go to masses. So I said, we can, you are doing this and you will have a limitation because you are doing it in the physical world. So your growth will have a limitation. Why are you not allowing the entire India and maybe the entire world, all the entrepreneurs who are struggling, why can't they take advantage of this wisdom of yours, what you have learned over a period of time working with these more than 1,000 entrepreneurs, and why can't we convert it into a digital manner? He was having a dilemma because he had his entire thought process was that I will work with a not-for-profit kind of a concept. So TLC is a not-for-profit. Now TLC until recently did not have a bank account. There was no entity, nothing. It is a completely grounds up movement. It is more works like a movement where people used to take contribution, put it to somebody's individual account and all that. Over a period of time, they found out that that is not efficient with the taxation and all that. So now every city has a LLP, and this LLP have 4 or 5 office bearers, and then the money comes in that LLP, and then they spend that entire money in that particular year. So there is a no profit, no loss kind of a situation that they built. But that is only because they have done, I think just 1 year back, they have done that. Until now, it was a grounds up. Yeah. So he has decided that he will spend time for this not for profit. Now he has also retired. He has got out from his company because his only son is in US and he is not going to come back. And he says, I want to give my life completely to TLC. So I want to spend time here. So he is no more part of that company. Yes, he has a nice office in that company because all those 3 partners are friends, and they said that they call him Raju. So they said that Raju, whatever, you may not be associated as a director or as a shareholder of this company anymore, but you have an office here and you have to come and sit here. So very loving, very beautiful relationship that they have. So with all these thought processes, he was very clear he will only work on this. Then I gave him this idea of why can't we touch, so you are touching 1,000 lives, can we not touch 10,000 lives? Can we not touch 100,000 lives? That is the idea that I said. So he thought for a couple of days and then he said, okay, let's do it. And that's how I think way back in March 2023, we thought of how frameworks. Then so he has a beautiful farmhouse in Nasik, just around 20-25 minutes away. So we went overnight, one day evening we went and we spent time from evening to next day afternoon. And we thrashed out the entire thing, how will we do it? So he was very clear. So he has a very clear thought process. He knows the problems of entrepreneurs. So he said that it's not just the solutions, it is also the problem identification, which is very important. And that's how he said that there is something. So we have to work with 2 pillars of organization. This entire solution has to have 2 pillars. One is problem identification and then structured solution. So this is what is the how frameworks all about. But that's the kind of a inception journey. That's the kind of thought process behind it. Our tagline is very similar to what tagline is TLC has. TLC says helping every Indian entrepreneur succeed. We just don't have Indian, we have every entrepreneur. We are basically going to help every entrepreneur succeed. So our tagline is very simple: help every entrepreneur succeed. That's the way we want to work. So whatever hurdles are there, whatever challenges are there in Indian SME owners, we will find out, we will understand their issues and we'll solve them. Our step one is to solve it with structured solutions. But then we will come with many more aspects of our product. Those we'll talk about it. But right now we are talking about is the structured framework solutions for them.
Give me a sense of specific problems that were solved by specific frameworks. Like in your experience of going to Bagwe sir at TLC and saying, oh, this is a problem I have. And you said instead of giving you solutions, he would give you a framework. Can you give me a specific example of that which makes it easier for us to understand better? That there's a light bulb moment hidden somewhere in thinking about the framework.
So simple framework, like how do you expand your market? So he said that you have a product and you have a market. So you are with an existing product, you are in an existing market. Now, how do you make your journey easy going forward? So he just put out a 2x2 framework, and he said existing product, existing market. Then he said existing product, new market. Then new existing territory, new product. And then new territory, new product. Now, these are the four things that are combinations that happen. He will say always that new product, new territory, never do. Because that's absolutely difficult, dangerous thing. So how do you move ahead? So you move ahead is basically you have a current product and you have a loyal customer base. So you build a new product and go to that customer and experiment that product with them. Or you have a very good established product in an established market, you create an adjacent territory. So if you are selling something in India, which is a successful product, go to Bangladesh, go to Vietnam, go to Malaysia. These are similar ethnic background, Southeast Asia, think similarly. So how do you look at your market expansion strategy? This is the way. Don't go to Brazil. Don't go to US just like that. Go to adjacent markets. Go with a current product which is extremely successful in the domestic way. You have figured it out, everything, those kind of things. So like this, there are so many small frameworks he used to come out with. No, don't think it like this. Think it like this. Even if you are looking at how do you look at your finances, how do you, so there is something called return on total assets, ROTA. So how do you look at ROTA? How do you figure out what is your fixed cost? What is your variable cost? How do you then look at improving, bringing in improvement? So all these frameworks, he used to have that. We used to go there and we used to ask him and he will explain this. So our frameworks, what we have now, are completely designed from bottom up. These are not at all the standard 7 lever framework of McKinsey or this or that, both BCG's net framework. We are not. These are completely built from ground up. So in TLC, they have something called as critical business issues, CBI. So whenever you have a critical business issue, how do you solve that critical business issue? So we have taken that as a framework, and then we have built all these frameworks based around that.
No, and this ground up aspect is what really impresses me about how frameworks, because, I've always been a critic of how the big consultants, function in India, where a lot of what they are doing is isomorphic mimicry. That there is some idea which has become fashionable outside, or it has worked in Detroit, so you try to transplant it here and say कि उस industry में वहाँ पे ये काम किया था, इस industry में यहाँ पे these are the principles. It sounds really fancy. If they are from one of those big consulting firms, they'll wear suits and talk good English, but they have no relation to what is actually happening on the ground. And whatever I've seen of you guys, it's very clear that it's very organic, it is relevant, that people can relate to it. This example is a beautiful way of thinking to begin with. Give me one or two more examples, because I just feel that it really brings that value across for people who are listening. And if any of the listeners are running
before that, I have to share one story of what the usual consultant is for an MSME.
Tell.
Okay, so this happened way back. I probably told you guys this story before. So one of my relatives on Sheila's side moved to Pune in a beautiful area called Kalyani Nagar. And they always used to invite us, please come to Kalyani Nagar, please come to Kalyani Nagar.
Which is, by the way, the first place in the world, Kalyani Nagar, where I saw a woman naked in the flesh. Have I told you the story?
Yes.
Yeah. No, just for the sake of the listeners who may not know, I was a young boy. So I was hanging out with a friend of mine, a schoolmate of mine from Bishop School. And he lived in Kalyani Nagar, if I remember correctly. And we were in his bedroom. And there was a third friend from our school who was also in the bedroom. And this person whose bedroom it is now is a very prominent person now, is all I'll say. I met him once and I said, hey, do you remember me? And he seemed to remember me but didn't seem very happy about it. So he shall go unnamed, extremely prominent figure. Anyway, so a lot of foreigners in those days lived in Kalyani Nagar. This is Pune in the late 1980s, right? So because the Osho scene was going on and all that shit was happening. So across the hall from him there lived this American couple, or a foreign couple. You assume they're American because they're white. And one day, me and this other person just happened to be looking out of just happened to look out of the window from his curtain, and there is a woman walking around completely stark naked in the thing. And we're in school. We're probably in 7th or 8th standard in the 1980s, and this remarkable thing is 9th standard actually. I remember that for some reason. And there was this woman walking naked in the apartment. So we just kept watching, and we would have glimpses in the door. And suddenly this woman does something which is remarkable and an act of unknowing generosity. She comes to the balcony and she opens a balcony door and she walks out on the balcony stark naked. And both me and this friend are just gaping with our mouths open, at which point we cannot control ourselves because we have never seen something like this before. So we immediately open the door of the balcony of the room we are in, and we go out on the balcony till we are literally a meter or two away from her on the opposite balcony, and we are just gaping with our mouths open, at which point she casually moves her body this way, moves her body that way, does a wiggle and a wriggle, and then she goes inside and shuts the door gently. And that was the end of our adventure, which was also an important life lesson, that we could just have kept looking through the curtain and not. Why am I even telling you this? Does this show me in a good light? I was an adolescent boy with raging hormones who had never seen a naked woman in the flesh before. So anyway, Kalyani Nagar, please
Kalyani
continue.
Nagar, the awesomest
digressions
place in the world,
yeah.
right? So, Kalyani-
my micro industry became. Continue. Sorry. This is a family show.
Yeah, terrible. So we want to go to Kalyani Nagar. It was pre-Google Maps. So Sheila, me, and the two boys, we are driving there. We have got elaborate navigation instructions from our host, which says, come here, you'll find this place, something. So taking that list, because no Google Maps, we are driving. I'm driving. Sheila's on the co-pilot seat. And I usually drive by instinct, right? So I hate asking for directions, and Sheila has to ask for directions every 10 meters. So she'll ask someone for a direction, literally 10 feet away. She'll ask. So we never reach the place. So anyway, that day, as we were driving towards Kalyani Nagar, I got hopelessly lost because I'm not familiar with Pune. And it was the afternoon, nothing was open, and I started panicking. So I thought we should ask for directions. So I just couldn't find a single shop open. Looking around, increasingly getting desperate, when I see a very dignified elderly gentleman just standing in the shade of a tree, just for no discernible purpose, just standing there. So I stop my car, I go out, and I ask him in Marathi. I said, "Hello, sir. Would you know how to get to Kalyani Nagar?" So he looks at me majestically and he says, "Is this the Kalyani Nagar on the Ahmednagar road?" So that was on the list of. I said, "Yes." Is it near Viman Nagar? So, yeah, yes, it is also Viman Nagar was there. Is it near that Poonawalla stud farm? So, yes, it's Poonawalla stud farm. I'm getting really excited. Then I ask him, "Sir, do you know where it is?" He says, "No." And he goes away. So this, in short, is the consultant of the kind of consultant which is available to MSMEs. I have hired such people. They will come, they'll study all your problems and give you no indication of what direction to go in. It's happened at least on 2 occasions. So that was the point where I was coming. Why I'm so sort of, I can't keep my enthusiasm for how frameworks.
And what how frameworks will do is they will hand you Google Maps.
Yes.
And you will get
and
there.
find your own. Exactly. They will give you, they are the Google Maps for
Indian
business
businesses.
strategy.
Yeah, so basically, you are wanting to understand couple of
Like, I don't want you to give content away for free, but I also know that you have many hundreds of frameworks on the site and etc. etc.
No, I will give you a couple of things that
Yeah.
are very simple things that he had taught us. So there is something which is very simple. I didn't know about it. A simple framework called RASI. So RASI is basically whenever you are wanting to manage any task, he will always ask, have you done RASI? And I was like, what is RASI? And he said that if you are doing any task, then you have to have only one person who is responsible for it. So you have to have responsibility onto one person of that particular task. Now, that person is responsible, that is fine, but somebody has to be accountable for that. Now, because responsible person doesn't do anything, then whom are you going to hold? So a person who has an ultimate interest in that thing happening is the accountable person, mostly the next boss over there. He's saying that he also says that, boss, this is fine that you are responsible, there is accountable, you are defined, but you need to consult with people because you want to get all the inputs properly for that particular action to be done. So you don't want to just take one person who is responsible, one person who is accountable and then finish off. You want to take people's consultation and you want to get kind of good advice into that task so that the implementation of the task is much better. So you need to consult some people and then you need to inform what's happening on that particular task management. So there are informs. So RACI. So he would say that you make 4 columns of RACI, RACI, and you put your task on the left in the first column and you put names over there for every task. If you want your project to really succeed, every task has to have a RACI. And then you can ask right questions to right people. When this task is not happening on time, or if it is happening on time, is that the person who is responsible really acting on it or not? Is that the person who is accountable, who is overseeing it and intervening when the things are not happening on time or the things are not happening the way it? Are the people who are supposed to be consulted being consulted, or they are kept in isolation and they are not in loop at all? And the people who need to be informed what is happening on this, are they being informed at a kind of a periodic way? So these small things, small frameworks, but they are amazing frameworks that he used to kind of and we have used these frameworks to make things happen in the company, because most of the time what happens in small companies is that the clarity of who is supposed to be doing this is always missing. So everybody will figure out a way कि no, आपने बोला था कि आप करेंगे, आपने बोला आपने करेंगे, अब मुझे लगा कि ये होएगा तो ही बाद में करना है. So that clarity never comes in. If you put everything in the simple RASI framework, the clarity of whose role is what, who is supposed to do what, when can this be done, when should this be done, all gets cleared. Another framework that he used to have is that the action part, you have to basically do things. So when you are kind of thinking about any decision, there is a discussion going on, do it with a lot of democratic way. So discussion में बहुत सारा time जाने दो, absolutely no problem. So you do whatever you want to talk, have discussion, everything has to happen democratically. But when you are implementing, that implementation has to be dictatorial. Then udhar question nahi hai. So simple, he will say, okay, fine, have you decided democratically or not? He would not ask anything else. Tick karo, yes or no. And then, are you implementing dictatorially or not. So because dictatorial is needed, because once you have taken the decision, then everybody has to follow and move ahead. What most of the time what we do, or SMEs, what happens is that the decision making is always dictatorial because the owner decides it, and then implementation is always democratic. Ki tu karega, ki tu karega, ki tu karega. Nobody is basically responsible for that. So these are small things which we learned at that point of time then. But if you want, will come back to the actual frameworks little later once I tell you overall thought process, how we went through the entire creation journey. But yes, we'll come to that.
Tell me about that entire creation journey. And
this is very interesting that I have never built any online business before. So this was something which was absolutely new. And now I'm 55 plus. So I was around 53 then. And at this age, I've always been very comfortable with technology. But building a tech product from grounds up was something which was absolutely, I've never done it. And we originally started that we will have videos and we will build videos. That's what we had thought. So we actually built videos. Almost first 15 videos were built. And those videos were open-ended videos. Then Bhagway sir one day said that, Sudhir, we are saying we are how frameworks and we are having frameworks as a EA. But all our videos do not have that name of a framework. So typically all the frameworks generally have name. So we don't have name. So जैसे RACI is RACI, responsibility, accountability, consulting, and inform. That way we do not have those acronyms there. And he said, yeah. So, and we had already done the VO voiceover already done. So he said, no, should we do some naming like that? And I said, fine, but then it will take time. So he said, yeah, but then it will be very interesting because it will go with our name. And then we scrapped all the 15 voiceovers completely, and he started building names for each framework. So our first framework became action framework, but then from there we went on building the frameworks bottoms up from there. So what happened is that we first defined that okay, fine, we are going to create videos. So we basically found out what are the challenges that we have, problems that we are, the critical business issues that we have from businesses, and then we mapped up the entire issues. We did a YY analysis and we got into this. While doing these videos, we realized that video is a solution, but the majority of the times the problem that people have is that identification of the problem. So typically I'll tell you that my sale mein mera lead nahi aa raha hai. I'm not getting enough leads. So what is the natural response is that natural response is basically, okay, fine, marketing budget may be short. So the agency will come and say, marketing budget, if you have given just 50,000 rupees or 75,000 rupees, increase marketing budget. But if you have not done the customer understanding, the ICP, the ideal customer profile done well, if you have not really found out what is your right market, your TG, if you have not defined clearly, your benefits, the end user benefits is not clear, if your perceived value is not clear, there are so many things on the marketing side. If those are not clear, increasing budget is not going to be the solution. Which means when somebody says my leads are not increasing or my sales is not happening, you need to ask right questions so that you go to the right problem. So he says that people say I have this problem. So he has a very nice thought process. He said people don't have problems, people have pains. Like the medicine in medical, you don't know what is the problem. You always have a pain. I have a headache, I have a stomach ache or whatever ache. And then you go to a doctor and then the doctor asks you certain questions and negates certain things. And after that negation, he then will maybe tell you to do some investigation and then they will come at some absolute precise thing that this is the problem that we are seeing. So he says that when entrepreneurs say they have a problem, I say, no, you have a pain. We will figure out a problem. And that's how the YY analysis done. So we have these two principles, as I said. One is the first principle thinking, where you do the YY analysis. You ask why 5 times and you will get an answer. So we have this entire problem identifier as a product on the one side, and then we have a structured solution on the other side. So we started building these videos. So this was completely a new thing to us. I didn't know how to make. I had constraints on the entire budget. We had put up a price that okay, we cannot go beyond 15,000-20,000 rupees per video. That is the budget that we will keep, because we have limited money. So typical SME business constraint, leave-in constraints. And then we figured out what kind of a style we can build. So we had lot of video animation guys. We figured out how to do it. We figured out so Bagwe sir used to give me a full script of the video. Okay, this is the script of the video. Then I would go through the grammar. I would go through simplification of words, because he is writing in his pre. Somebody has to kind of check it. So I used to kind of edit this and make it sometimes maybe change certain words to make them simplified and all that. Once this is done, then I used to take that entire PDF and send it to person. So our Anuj Gurwara, who is the CWC member, he is from Hyderabad. And he is a guy whose voice I had heard, and I knew that he had, on our CWC group only, he had once responded to somebody saying that he does voiceovers for ads and all. So I reached out to him and I asked him that this is what I am building, and I want somebody human voice, because I tried the AI voices were there. Murph AI was the one which I tried. It was very efficient, but I was not getting that kind of a oomph. We made around 4 or 5 videos with AI voice, and we showed it to few people, and everybody came and said that the voice is too cold. Now the voices are much better in over a period of time, but then almost around 1.5 years back, the AI voice was not so great. So then we said, okay, fine, we'll have to go for human voice. So we worked with Anuj. So then we finalized how we are going to work with. So I used to have 10 scripts together, and each script was around 7.5, 8 minutes. So around 1 hour, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 20 minutes. Once I have that bunch, I would send to Anuj, and Anuj would build the voiceover and send me the voice files for all of them. While we are building this, one of my friend, I asked him that can you help me build these videos, and he'll say we'll figure it out. And that's how then we decided. I must have met at least 30 different animation guys, and I did not. Somebody came out with a ridiculous number. I've got people telling me that 1 minute will cost you 1 lakh rupees. That means one video of 7-8 minutes would cost me something like 7-8 lakh rupees. Yes, they will say, okay, we will give you bulk discount and all that, but one video no less than 3.5 lakh rupees for 7.5, 8 minutes. And that kind of a money I didn't have. I said that I have put something like 50-70 lakhs rupees this, and I am going to operate entirely into constraints. We found out animation artists, we found out how to do this. Now this script, we know that whenever somebody is hearing something, whatever they are hearing, if it is the same thing which is on the screen, then the retention is much better. You cannot have a dissonance between what we are hearing and what you are seeing. So we were very clear that whatever we are putting in the script, few words from there, which are keywords, have to come on the screen. Then there has to be an associated image which is depicting that particular word's meaning or that phrase's meaning, and come on the screen. So then we decided how this entire look and feel will be, and then we built that entire look and feel, and then we started building the Adobe Illustrator files out of it. So every video will have around 15-16 slides. The pics are taken from the stock photography. We had license subscription for that, pickup license images, pickup over there, and we literally taught artists how do we want it. So we created what is the kind of a typography we want, what are the kind of imagery we want, how we want them to be placed, how will then animation guys, how do we want it to be moved. So that entire work happened, and it was really, really excruciating, like madness. One storyboard making takes almost around 3.5 hours. where you have to take the entire view on the left side, then pick up certain words, then you show relationship between this. So there is one concept and then there are two sub concepts of it. So how do you show them on the screen? Stuff like that. It was a crazy learning. Then at a parallel time, you have to also find out what is the productivity. So I was not getting enough animation video guys who will exactly do this. Then I gave an ad into one group and I got two animation guys. Those guys are on full-time payroll. We got the entire creative done through freelancers, all that, and all this done sometime between 2024 May, June. We started really getting the final videos out, finished sometime in the month of January 2025. So in 7-8 months we built entire thing. Around 12 videos per month we used to churn out and get it. While we were making videos, we were also parallelly building the software. So I have a team which is complete freelancers. My product head is from Siliguri. I have somebody who does the UI UX who is basically from Chennai. The content comes from somebody who is in Noida. Then I had another design person, now no more there because there's no work now. She used to work from Pune. Somebody who would do the content creation, the implementation guides and all that. Somebody in Bangalore. The software developer is in Bangalore. So all across India, there is not a single person who is on a full-time. Everybody is part-time. Everybody is doing fractional work. Everybody works between 4-5 hours to around 15-20 hours a week but freelancer. Everybody is freelancer.
The coordination point.
I am the coordination point. Complete coordination is done by me. So over a period of time, we built that. We had a focus group also, almost around 20-25 entrepreneurs, few from teaching and learning community, few from my Ascent, and all of them we used to show certain examples of videos, certain examples of product. We did a pricing exercise, understood from there what pricing would be, people will be willing to pay for something like this. And this entire journey, I think, taught a lot to me. I got to use so many technologies. We use something like ClickUp, which is a project management software. And there are multiple softwares. We use some softwares to check whether the website, so there is something called browser stack, where you get to see whether the technologies are all, the screen, whether the screen looks right on iOS and on Android and multiple screens. We use Bitly. The entire portal is on
Android
AWS.
is said to be particularly nightmarish because it's on a wide variety of platforms.
Yeah.
And if you don't have everything right, it'll look really bizarre on some of the platforms.
Yeah. And also we wanted to get these videos. We wanted people not to kind of downloadable. So we want to have a DRM. So for that we use a platform called Bunny. So multiple technologies. All was absolute new learning for me. Right now, last 1.5 year, understanding technology has been one of the big part of my learning journey. So that's how we launch on the 26th, 27th of February, and almost around now, almost 2 months. We're just closing. 2 months. Tomorrow we'll complete 2 months of launching, 60 days of launching. We already have around 450 subscribers.
Amazing. Congratulations. No, I've seen you through this process and just figure all of this stuff out. And, both your work ethic and your pace of learning is kind of mind-blowing, isn't it? So, I mean, I often tell people, I think Naren, you'll agree that the one problem in my life is that I'm not Sudhir Sarnobat.
Absolutely.
Like, I could have
Same
achieved
here.
so much if I was, in terms of the willpower and the
If
work
I
ethic.
was Sudhir Sarnobat, I would definitely achieve much more than Sudhir Sarnobat.
How?
Because I'm better looking also.
This is a point. I was wondering what he's going to say, Naren is very good looking, especially today.
Very smart guy.
Absolutely. I'm so
shaved, didn't you?
handsome.
And,
Everybody tells me that I'm so handsome.
at least
As Donald Trump would say.
while you're in the room.
But jokes apart, I have to tell so I've been an enthusiastic user of How frameworks. Actually, there are only two areas where I've actually seen. So one, my problem in my industry or my particular company is that my return on investment is not great. I invest a lot of money and I'm not getting enough out of it. That's what I always feel. And I really don't know what to do. So one part of it is that the machinery is expensive. I've invested a lot of money in plant of machinery. Second is my my customer base is not easily expandable because I supply to OE, automotive companies. So you can't just walk into an automotive company and start selling your stuff. You have to get orders, RFQs, things like that. So how do you go about improving your profitability? And it was always like very hazy. And then this is what happens when you have hazy and sort of non concrete problems, you tend to put them off. If there's a very specific pain, you will address it. But if it's hazy, there's a problem, but can't put your finger on it, you tend to.
Or as you would say, there's a pain, not a problem.
Yeah.
Pain. Hazy pain.
What the framework, so I use something called a proactive framework.
Oh.
So there's so much clarity. So they basically R stand for that return on total, P was the performance of the assets. So each thing stands for something and it focuses your attention on one particular aspect of. And for me, I realized my real problem when I went through the whole thing was my people, my employees were not really trained properly. And they were not getting the best out of the equipment, which is why the machinery, plant and machinery was not delivering what it was supposed to be delivering. So I was focusing on the wrong part. I was focusing on the equipment all the time when the real problem was in my team. And not even in my team, it was basically that I was not training my team properly, managing. And that really resulted in excellent results. And now it's opened a lot of doors. So now exactly we know the shortcomings of our equipment as well. So we know how to augment that equipment so that we can, because now we are very sure that the people are working at full steam. So it's a great clarity tool. And as he said, the Bagwe sir would always not give a straight answer. So, this is the framework. You go through all these points and you will know the answer.
And this is a great way. It's a way of making you think for yourself while giving you the tool that you need to do so.
So I think, it's very potentially extremely beneficial to all kinds of, I'm from the manufacturing world, so it's clearly beneficial to me, but I can see it being beneficial to literally every service industries, be they, sales, B2C, B2B, anything.
I think the entire product what we have thought has two pillars. A pillar number one is the first principle thinking, where you identify the problem. So you go through the pain and then identify the problem. Now what we have done is that over a period of time, TLC has understood there are our TG is around 10 crore revenue up to 150 crore revenue. That's our target market. Why we are not going to micro? Because micro businesses are generally a survival ventures, and there are 6 crore, 12 lakhs, 13 lakhs businesses which are in that segment, and everything is very different. So you have to really, really get out of that first orbit of business to come to structured way of thinking. Till that time, you are a survival venture. You are trying to figure out a way to go to that 8, 9, 10 crore ka revenue. So once you come there, then there is an opportunity for growing and going to 10x, which is 100 crore and 500 crore and stuff like that. So that's our TG. Now, all this TG, we have found out over a period of time, there are homogenized 7 issues that they have. The first issue is that where sales is not growing. Then second is that my profitability is very low.
And these are all pains, not problems.
These are all absolutely pains. These are pains. My profitability is not good. My cash flow is basically very tight. I am not getting right people. My people are not motivated enough. Some of my customers are not happy with my service or product. And lastly, I don't get time for doing anything. I am always busy. So these are the kind of 7 problems that 7 pains that we have taken for any businesses. What we have done is that key when you so these are 7 pains. You click on the pain, and then it will take you and ask you that key whether this is, are you a B2B business, B2C business, or B2B supplier. So B2B is any business which is supplying to business, any business which is supplying to consumer, and B2B supplier is typically the entrepreneurs or the companies which supply to the bigger companies. So there is Mahindra and a contract. So basically, Mahindra and Mahindra suppliers are called B2B supplier. So or Tata or anybody else like that. Now, so you go on. So every time you click on some option, it will open up further more options. You go on clicking that is what pertains to you. Go on clicking that, and then you come at a point where we say, okay, for the pain that you started with and the answers that you gave until now, this is the problem that we think you have. And then we talk about, I think the statistics, we give a global or Indian statistics and say that so many people also have problems. So don't be worried about it. A lot of other people are also facing this. And then we give a solution. Now we have a video solution where the framework is there. Now this framework is basically nothing but a structured solution for solving, which means it will have, if it is a 7-step framework, then it will have 7 steps that you have to follow and the sub-steps that are there. Now this is in video. After the video is shown to the person, then we have a small quiz. So I picked up this from Marginal University, MRU, if you know, so macroeconomics and microeconomics, where you listen to a video, watch a video, and then you answer the questions. And unless you click on the right answer, it will keep on popping up. So basically, it actually enforces the right answer to you, even if you have missed something. So we have done the same thing. There is a small quiz, 7-8 questions. You answer. So we just check whether you have used this, basically understood this video or not. What we have done is that, see, we are not wanting people to give gyan. We want them to do things. That's why this is not a why frameworks or this is not a what frameworks. This is how frameworks. That means how do you implement this in your business? We want you to implement and we want you to succeed. And that's why this is how frameworks. That's why what we have done is that we have done a implementation guide. So what we are saying is that this is the framework that you have understood. Now solve this problem in 12 weeks, 90 days flat. And then we have created an implementation guide where it says, in week 1, do this. In week 2, you do this. In week 3, you do this. In week 4, you do this. All 12 weeks action plan is given in an PDF format. You can download and use it. Now, as an owner, you might give this to one person down the line, this implementation plan, and tell them to do. But you need to have a checklist whether things are happening as per the system or not, as per the framework or not. So you have a checklist which you can download. Now, whenever you are doing something as a new goal or new problem solving, you also need to measure whether you are performing well or not. So what we have done is that we have created dashboards, Excel dashboards, which are simple because we wanted SME owners don't use something fancy. They use simple Excel. So we have picked up the key result areas, KRAs and KPIs for that particular task or that particular problem solving. And those KPIs are mentioned over there. And then those indicators we have given value, what should be the value, what is the measuring unit, and 12 weeks, you go on putting data into it so that you know your progress. So this entire thing is basically a toolkit for solving that problem. We have gone one step ahead and we said, okay, fine. Now we have given you a 7-8 minute video. We have given you a quiz. We have given you implementation guide. We have given you checklist. We have given you dashboard. Now, if you want to go deeper in this particular problem, then these are the 5 books which you can read. And we have created book summary. So we have more than around 500 books already listed on it with the Amazon link. They can go and buy. And we have built small summaries of these books also. Almost around 500 books we have built last over 1 year. We have built summaries for them. So all this kit is there. Now from the one side, when person comes, so why we started, so we have more than 100 videos over there as a solution. We have more than 450 flows. So if you start clicking one option and then go to a different flow and then a third flow and a fourth flow, you have more than 450 flows on the one side and 100 solutions on the other side. Now, why we started with this minimum? So we were thinking about whether we should only take sales growth as a problem. I said that, if we are going, then we go all in. We will basically try and solve all the problem. If somebody comes and says, no, my problem is of profitability, so this is not useful to me. We said that, let's not do that. Let's build this entire thing. Now, we have said that any problem that you solve, this can be solved in 3 months, 12 weeks or 90 days that we are talking about. No problem gets solved in 3 months. We have given a stretch target. I think people will take at least 6 to 9 months for solving any problem that they are taking in hand. So, but then we have given that as a 3 months. Now, even if you look at 3 months for solving one problem, and if you want to solve all your business problems, we have given material worth 25 years of work already there. 25 years of work. You want to solve all aspects of your business. I think nothing will be perfect in your organization. If you go through these frameworks, you can perfect everything. There is a 25 years of work available for entrepreneur on day one on this portal. That's what we have tried to build on there. That is it. Yeah.
Amazing. So give me a sense of how it works in terms of pricing. Like if I'm a customer, what can I expect? And then have you already had success stories coming out of this where customers have said that, wow, man, that really helped us?
So we have 3 different pricing plans. We have a 3-month plan. So we know that many people don't know me and Bagwe sir, and this is a new website and how can I trust it and all that. So we have kept 5,000 rupees plus GST. Now everybody will get benefit for the GST. So we have that GST flow. We give GST invoice and all that. So 5,000 rupees for 3 months, 14,000 rupees for a year, and 60,000 rupees for 3 years for 2 people. So the second subscription comes. So that comes for 30,000 rupees for 3 years for 1 person. That's the kind of a model. We had done a detailed exercise on pricing and perceived value, and we felt that people coming up with around 1,000 rupees plus 1,000 rupees a month is something which people should be able to give. If you really break this down, the price comes to less than 40 rupees a day. It's less than a coffee in a small Udupi restaurant. Yeah, the Udupi restaurant coffee is now 40 rupees. This is less than the Udupi restaurant coffee place. So that's the pricing that we have. We wanted to keep the pricing so low. So I had so I'm part of Ascent, so I had got chance. I had requested for a time slot with Harsh Mariwala, Harsh Bhai, we call him Harsh Bhai of Marico, and he runs the Ascent Foundation is his not-for-profit venture. So I had got chance to meet him and explain the kind of elaborate and seek his advice. And his question, he liked the idea. He said, yes, the flow is very nice. This is very interesting. This can go to a lot of entrepreneurs across India. What is the pricing? And when I said 14,000 rupees, he literally was shocked, because I think he thought this will be priced at something like 1.5, 2 lakh rupees. Because see, if you compare, what is the comparison? Whom are we competing with? We are actually, one is consultant, but then consultant, I think, yes, people need that hand holding, but people are not ready to go to consultant unless they see certain value in structured working. I think we feel that what we are doing is that we are giving you a structured way of working. And then when you need extra capacity, I think Harshvardhan had talked on Seen and Unseen only, that consultant is a capacity on the tap. That means consultant is not just coming for advice. Consultant also comes at doing things for you because CEO is busy. So a consultant creates a project office and builds that entire additional project. If it is a growth project, if it is a diversification project, it's a new product project, the consultant comes and does that. So we are not really competing with consultant, but yes, that cost point of consultant charging 12 to 15 lakhs against we are 14,000 is just that. But we are, I think, competing, or we are really giving an alternative for people randomly going on Google or people randomly going on YouTube and trying to find out something where people are saying, aapke kirana dukaan ko hum 10 guna kaise kar sake. All those random videos which come where you get a video lecture for, let's say, 199 rupees, and then that 199 rupees, then they push you to 9999 rupees ka another package, and ultimately they take you to 499,999. So I think we never believed, me and Bhagweswari never believed that entrepreneurs are fool and who will get swayed by this 9999 thing. We wanted to keep a simple pricing, open, transparent, and this is the price, and you will get immense value. We both of us, we believe that the value has to be 10x than what you're charging. Then only people will put their hand in the pocket and pay you money. So I think we believe that the value from this is almost 10x that one can get.
It's so ridiculously cheap that I am reminded of a scarlet dressing gown bought by a French writer of the 18th century. You know what I'm talking about, Naren. Obviously, he's nodding. So here's what is going to happen to me. I think you've ruined me. Let me tell you how.
Oh.
Because there's a gentleman named Denis Diderot. And Denis Diderot once wrote this great essay in 1769 called Regrets on Parting with My Old Dressing Gown. And the funda was that he parted with his old dressing gown and he bought a beautiful scarlet dressing gown. And now this led to a huge problem because he bought the scarlet dressing gown and then he said ki nothing else in my room compares to this. So he looked at his old straw chair and then he had to replace it with an armchair covered in Moroccan leather. And then he had an old desk. He replaced it with an expensive new writing table. And then he had like random prints of sentimental value to him, but he replaced them with most costly prints. And then eventually he said, I was absolute master of my old dressing gown, but I have become a slave to my new one. So what's going to happen to me, Sudhir, is that I'm going to think this is so cheap and I am technically the entrepreneur of my own brand. Let me also buy this because it is so cheap. It's like ridiculous. 14,000 is like, what the fuck, mazak hai kya? It's like ridiculous, you know,
I paid more for
when
lunches,
you think of the value. So then I will buy it. But then I will think that now that I have access to how frameworks, what a shame if I don't have a business to build. So then I will start a business. And then I will think, what a shame that when I have started a business and I have access to how frameworks, that I am not investing into building it in ABC way, in XYZ way, etc., etc. And then I will start putting money into all of these. And the thing here is to note that the thing to note here is rather, if I may get the order of my words correctly, which is always advisable, and that excellent as the frameworks might be, you know, my own self may not be competent enough to be able to achieve anything with this business that I started, not because there is a gap in the market or I am good at something, but simply because I had a new dressing gown. And then everything could fall apart. No, but I'm kidding. This sounds amazing. Tell me about, you know...
and the thing about how frameworks is, even if you are incompetent, which you no doubt are, it doesn't matter because how frameworks will tell you pretty much how to get out of that situation.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I will keep using it as a crutch. I might even...
But yeah, you will always need to have bigger and bigger problems for how frameworks to solve.
And with every problem that I have, I will tell myself, this is not a problem, dear sir. This is a mere pain. And you know, and a solution is surely to be found in how frameworks. And I will upgrade to the 60,000 wala for 2 people. And then I will bring you in, Naren. I'll say, yaar, 2 log ka hai. To maine le li 60,000 mein, tu bhi aaja. And then you and I will start a business together, Narendra. You see where this is going. This doesn't end very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why did you make it so cheap? Now we are fucked. No, but I actually think that the value is so enormous that I also my mind boggles a little bit that it is really so affordable. Like if anyone listening to this as a small business or a friend with a small business or an acquaintance with a small business or knows of a small business, it makes actually no sense not to buy this, because
I think it's more of a mission than anything else, because what it's really doing is it's making your entire end-to-end business more efficient, more productive. It's just squeezing out a lot of unwanted, idle activities and fat out of the system and making it leaner. That gives you 2 advantages. It makes you more profitable. It makes you nimbler. And both things more extremely important to survive and prosper in the new world that's coming.
No, and what is more important is that it makes you a better thinker.
And better things.
And a better thought goes out into the ecosystem, because when you're talking to other businessmen and everybody's level goes up. And I think that this is mind-blowing, because we consumers will get better served. Like, good things will happen for us also. But to go back, I mean, have you been talking to your customers? Have they spoken about ways in which it's already worked out for them?
I'll just give you some ideas on the frameworks first. So I'll give you around 5-6 frameworks which we have.
Please.
How do they help? help, and then I'll go to the user journeys and how people are using it. So we have this framework called leads. Leads basically helps you identify. So what happens is that in India, all the SMEs sell to large customers, and when you are buying to large customers, selling to large customers or government buyers, the entire sales journey is complex, and the decision making at the customer's end is multi-layer. Basically, the processes are long, and then your investment into sales cycle is very long. Now, at the end of all this, then a decision comes where you will get the order or you will not get the order. That means your entire journey, you have painstakingly spending time on that entire journey, and at the end you will just lose all that effort. Now, how do you make that entire journey more efficient so that your chances of winning that order is better? Is what we are trying to solve with leads. In that, why we tell people how nurturing lead is, why it is important, what is exactly nurturing lead means, how to nurture leads, who should nurture leads, because in organization everybody has to have that clear responsibility at what is the right time to nurture leads. And then basically this, so we have this leads framework, which basically talks about lead nurturing strategy. Then we have how do you engage with CRM tools. Then we have action follow-up. So basically we are talking about the next step. And then how do you do sales management, which is a lot of companies absolutely do not have sales management. They have sales department, but they don't know the field sales, and somebody who is sitting in the office and managing the sales are two different people, need to do it differently. Then how do you strengthen relationship with customer? So the leads means exactly this acronym comes from the lead nurturing strategy, engaging with the CRM tools, active follow-up, developing the sales management systems, and strengthening the relationship. So that is, so the play that leads play is around this 5 activities that we have. Then we have interesting framework called digital. So as we were talking about, that a lot of businesses are not really digital at all. So with basically paid advertising. See, small companies do not have real good resources that they can go and do advertising left, right, and center. And then you need to have your right customers, and your customers are so dispersed. So creating a good digital presence can become a good advertising for your own brand. So how do you do that entirely is what we teach, or we kind of give structured advice on how do you become a digital kind of a business. Then we have something called price. As a framework, PRIC. So price, India's entire market is very price sensitive, and the margins are very, very thin. And at that time, if you want to really define what is a cost floor that you have, and what do you build as a value based anchors with in the customer's mind, so that you define the psychological price points, and then you basically check how these price points can really get you to where you want. So this price framework is basically perception of value, realigning strategic market positioning, then interacting and understanding your customers, cost optimization without sacrificing the quality, and employing the flexible pricing model. This is what the price framework helps you. Then we have something called as a TIDE framework. Now TIDE is what? Our cash flow problems. So delayed payments from is a basic problem in India. If we were talking about the cash flow challenges that we have, or the working capital need, it all comes from the delayed payments. And we wanted to basically tell people, how do you do structured credit control so that you don't give excessive credit? If somebody is becoming a bad paymaster, how do you get that in control? How do you identify new customers so basically what TIDE means is that tightening controls, improving your customers' payment behavior, diversifying your customer base, because if your current customer base is not paying on time, you need to diversify and not put all your eggs
the
in
shocks.
the shocks.
Minimize
the shocks. So you will always keep praying that person will give you money sometime, but the action is that you need to diversify your
hope
customer
is not
base.
a strategy.
Hope is not a strategy. You are right. I think that's Harish's book, no? Harish, the CTQ compound, I think he has that line on his book, that hope is not a strategy. Yeah. And then finally, enforcing payment policies. So Basically, when we were talking about tide basically takes care of something like this. Then we have something called as a focus framework. So focus framework is basically whenever there are first generation entrepreneurs who basically are buying machines or buying offices, they do lot of expenditure which is not needed at all. So you buy a bigger office, you buy a land. The way you were talking about that MIDC, they take land and they keep it
Sit
over.
on it.
And because, see, any asset which is not sweating out is not really a good asset. It is a dead asset. It is basically, so there is land you have, and if it is not giving you any return, it's absolutely of no use. So focus framework basically talks about financial discipline, objective assessment of assets that you want to buy, controlling the vanity spending. We talk a lot about vanity spending. Entrepreneurs will, once they have cash flow, a little cash flow, they will go and buy fancy cars or buy bigger houses and stuff like that. So vanity, how do you control that? How do you utilize space and resources efficiently, and how do you do strategic planning for long-term success? So the focus is simply acronym for all these 5 activities. Then we have something called as the TAPES framework, TAPES, which basically talks about you have attrition of your skilled labor, and you have the wage inflation which is happening, and you now want to kind of take care of that. So how do you target right channels for hiring? How do you amplify your employer branding? How do you personalize the customer's experience, the candidate's experience? How do you evaluate performance of all your recruitment channels? And how do you streamline processes? So I think I have given you around 4 or 5 frameworks. So these are the frameworks that we have. Now, how are our customers using it? We are getting with interesting, at least 2-3 use cases we are getting. One is that people are learning on their own. So they are basically using it for their own clarity, their own thought processes, because they have not been seeing things so clearly until now. Now suddenly they are seeing that, oh, I have been doing it, but these 2 steps I was missing. I was doing 3, but I was not doing these 2. Now, because I have not got success, these are the 2 things which were missing. So that is coming out very clearly. What people are doing is that people are also using this to train their employees. So one use case that I saw in Kolhapur is that particular person trains, he believes into training. So every Saturday between 12 and 1 hour, he used to talk to people about certain aspects. But he said that I was always doing a discussion with them. So it was a monologue. I will tell and people will listen, sitting like a classroom. He says that what I did was that I just logged into my account, put a projector on and showed this particular. So I told my people, my employees, to tell me what is the pain that they have. You come out with your own pain. An employee will came with a pain. He said, okay, fine. Now you go on selecting the options for it and come to a solution. Now then when they came to a solution, then they say, okay, fine. Now we are showing this entire video to everybody sitting in this. So he has some 55 employees, out of which around 12 employees are at senior level. So he sits with those 12 employees. And he said, now this is the solution. Now, once that solution is checked by everybody, now they went to the quiz and said, okay, fine. Now, have you understood this video or not? And then give answers. And then people started. Now, suddenly, that entire monologue of earlier, now it has become very interactive. Now, there is a video, there is an engagement in that entire process of identifying the EA. So, then he is showing that, okay, fine. Now, you give the answer. Now, he is then taken, okay, fine. Now, this is the implementation plan. He took a printout. He said, gave it to that guy who has that problem. Okay, now you implement. And let's talk about it in 3 months. Now, this particular person is coming out and saying that now that I have a subscription, can I get 10 more subscriptions for my employees so that they can keep always thinking? So I'm suddenly having a different use case. Beautiful. Where it is not only at the employer or the owner, but their employees are also, he says that if I am paying that person 6-7 lakh rupees a year, let's say at senior level in small cities, you pay around 6-7 lakhs. The best pay at senior level in 60, 70, 80 crore company will be around 15 lakh and all. He said, paying additional 14,000, 1,000 rupees per month. So if I am paying that person 50,000 rupees a month, paying 1,000 rupees more, and if that person's productivity is going to be 10x, and if that person is going to think like I would think, I will be free in a couple of years' time, because these people only will take the company ahead. I have to just then provide them resources and give them a direction.
They come on the same page because the depth of understanding, it completely transformed.
And this
Right?
is actually such enlightened thinking that the leader says that I will bring everyone up to
Amazing,
my
yeah.
level,
Yeah.
and therefore, so did he buy the 10 extra this thing, or did you give him a group
this
deal?
is just so we basically have to build that one small module where we can give the so that module will we get over by around 30th of April. We'll build that module where we can upload 10 people and give them 10 subscriptions at a year. So we basically build this as a one-on-one subscription model. So we are basically learning a lot. So we first people came out with saying that the subscription is not easy. So because we have to go through that entire flow, so we changed our entire subscription flow. Now some people are coming and saying that we want to just understand video, and understanding the video, we want to then go to the problem identification algorithm. So we are now building a YouTube like video library entirely. This tool of multiple subscriptions is what we are building. So we're building slowly. I think this tool will be ready by this month end. Yeah.
Amazing. I mean, such a important reason why you need to keep talking to your consumers to figure out how are they using the product.
Yeah, absolutely,
And
absolutely. And we also have an affiliate model. So what we thought of that is that if we have to really make it people's work, then anybody and everybody who has interface, as you said, that anybody who knows entrepreneur should be able to give it. And at the same time, I don't want somebody to do this free. So we have an affiliate model where we say that okay, fine, this is my 14,000 price, but if you become an affiliate, your customer will get certain discount and you will also get certain money. So we have something called affiliate.howframeworks.com where people can go and become affiliate, create their own coupon code and give that coupon code to entrepreneur. And with that coupon code, if the entrepreneur buys this product, they will get certain discount on this 14,000 rupees, and even the person who is recommending with the coupon code is going to get. So we are looking at who are the people who would like to become an affiliate. Now all the chartered accountants, all the small entrepreneurs go to their chartered accountants and get their advice for anything and everything. Now working capital, you are getting working capital of 50 lakh because your business has grown up and you now need 75 lakhs. You will go to your chartered accountant. You are building, taking a small new factory and want to build something, you want to build a project report for that, you go to your chartered accountant. Now if chartered accountant learn this and basically start helping their entrepreneurs, customers in a little deeper manner, you are doing a great service. And if that person grows, the chartered accountant business also is going to grow. So it's basically a win-win situation for everybody. We are looking at the recruitment consultants who basically help get a candidate. Now these people, if these candidates go and learn these tools, now I'm simply saying that if you're a candidate who wants to join an SME, now if you buy a subscription, let's say you buy 3 months subscription and go through 5, 6, 7 videos, and while you're sitting in front of that entrepreneur, because at a senior level, entrepreneur will take your interview, and if you tell how to solve that entrepreneur's problem, learning from how frameworks, you have better chance of joining that company and getting that job. No? And if you are talking in this manner, getting that 10% extra salary is going to be very easy. That means if you are pitching for, let's say, 6 lakh or 10 lakh, let's say 10 lakh rupees job, and if you are going to get a lakh of rupees more as a compensation, your ROI is huge. 20 times, or you bought a 5,000 rupees ka 3-month subscription and you got 20 times returns. So we are looking at the recruitment consultants as affiliates who would give it to the companies that they are working with, also the entrepreneurs who, or the employees who would want to join these companies. Banks, we are looking at how, so I would be talking to a few banks, because banks, if the company that you are giving loan to, if that company starts working efficiently, your chances of that loan going bad are much lesser. So a bank has a vested interest in that company doing better. So we are saying that if banks start giving this as a tool to their SME section, so every bank has a SME vertical, and if banks start giving this as a tool for all their SME clients, it's just paltry sum. The kind of interest that banks earn from SMEs, if they do give this as a tool, and if these entrepreneurs start improving their businesses, I think the banks are at a win-win position also. So I think we are seeing multiple use cases where people would like to kind of plug this in their ecosystem and improve the overall efficiency and effectiveness of the system. That's what.
It sounds absolutely mind-blowing, amazing, much needed, but I think you're pricing it too low. So therefore, anyone who's listening to this, just fucking go out and get it now, because
Before he
at some
changes
point,
his mind.
yeah, suddenly he'll change his mind and it'll cost like 3x or 5x, and he'll be like, "ठीक है, गलती की थी भाई." So discount code for my listeners, bro. I mean, I don't want a referral fee. That's cool, but discount code for my listeners तो बनता है.
Let's make seen unseen. Seen
Okay,
unseen.
guys, so seen unseen, one word, seen unseen. That is a discount code which Sudhir is offering. How much takka will they get off, bro?
You want to give 4,000 rupees off? Let's make 14,000, 10,000 only.
Dude, this is wild. This is like giving it away free.
But let's do it. I think like we have such a great fan following. We will do this.
Yeah. So just guys,
Seen
use the
unseen.
code seen unseen. You'll get 4,000 bucks off on the 14,000 thing. And I'm telling you that even if you don't actually have an SME, one, if you're a candidate, if you ever work in a company, it is very useful to use these frameworks to, think about the business that you're in. And I just think for being a better thinker in general, this is great stuff, because this is ground up wisdom that has come. This is not, there are books on what you learned at Harvard Business School and you really need to, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm saying screw all that. This is ground up wisdom which has come from within our towns and cities in India. And especially if you're here, it could make you look at your society differently. And go get it.
Oh, thank you.
So, we are not done yet. I think we could have spoken for 5 more hours. I'm just in love with what you're doing and many of those frameworks itself. And it's stuff that you look at it, and some of it is like light bulb goes off in the head, and you need time to process it. So it's amazing. So I'm going to ask you to end the episode with how, which is give recommendations to me and my listeners for books, films, music, which mean a lot to you, which you haven't recommended before on the show because we've both been on the show. So, and Sudhir, perhaps you might have, recommendations which are specifically to do with SMEs and frameworks and so on.
Yeah, so we have done a bunch of almost around 500 books this is a collection of 500 books on various subjects, but I'll just pick maybe 7, 8, 10 of them. So Good to Great by Jim Collins is something which is amazing book. I think every entrepreneur must have it in their ear. I also feel that understanding economics, if you are wanting to make sense of these tariffs, and if you want to make the sense of import, export, and make in India and stuff like that, you need to understand economics. And there is no better book than Economics in One Lesson by Henry Hazlitt. Everybody should read that. There is a beautiful book called The Goal by Eliyahu Goldratt. It's about constraints, and it's about how do you kind of build the processes and turn around the constraints. And it is written like a typical, very nice novel. Herbie. So The Goal by Eliyahu Goldratt is amazing. There is an interesting book called The Toyota Way about the Toyota and its excellence and how Toyota does their manufacturing by Jeff Liker. That's amazing book. Simon Sinek's book Start With Why. I always recommend that you need to know your why. At How Frameworks also, our why is very clear. We want every entrepreneur to succeed. We will do whatever we need to do, whatever they want to succeed. We will bring all those tools, all those. So we are starting with content, but we'll build community, and then we will kind of bring in commerce. So all that is going to happen. That is our entire roadmap. I think I'll just take little digression and talk about my vision about how framework should look like. Then we'll come back to this books thing again. I feel that how frameworks is like a gym. The way you go to a gym and build your body, and that's how you basically improve your chances of longevity. You build your muscle, you build your exercise regime and all that. It makes you fit. That way, How Frameworks is a gym for an entrepreneur or that organization which will make it fit. And today, if you see already that there are models like Discovery in South Africa and all that, where if you do particular exercise, if you are exercising for, let's say, certain time, then you get discounts at health insurance premiums, you get discounts at health food places, because you are already a fit person and your risk is lower. Now that way, we are also looking at building something like, if you are an How Frameworks member and if you are implementing these things, then can we look at going to bank and saying that can I get a 1% lower interest rate for my people?
Wow.
Because they are like doing. So your chances of losing this money is going to be not going to be there. So why don't we do that? Can we look at going abroad to European and American companies and get joint ventures and saying that these joint ventures will succeed because these are diligent entrepreneurs who are wanting to work in a structured way. So we are kind of wanting to be a kind of a credit rating. So the way this good places to work is there as a stamp. So if you know this is a good places to work, then generally the working culture is very good.
The Michelin star of MSMEs.
Yeah, the Michelin star of MSME. I think we are looking at that, and I think that's a dream that I have. That's a dream that both me and Bagwe sir have, that in 5 to 10 years time we should go somewhere there. So that I came from start with why. Another interesting book that everybody should read is The Lean Startup by Eric Rice. Amazing book. Then there is Ben Horowitz's book, The Hearting About Hearting. Amazing. Another very good book. Then there is an Indian author, Anil Lamba. I don't know, have you heard of? He's a Pune-based gentleman, writes about finance. Amazing books. His one book, Romancing the Balance Sheet. It's a beautiful book. For every small entrepreneur, must read that book. Like Anil Lamba, he has a series of books, and then he has a pocket version of those books. I have all his, I think 4 or 5 books, full version as well as pocket version. Amazing books. Then Connecting the Dots by Rashmi Bansal and 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel. I think these are amazing books for entrepreneurs. All these books, I'll give you the links, but then these are great. When you come to shows, I am a sucker for any good podcast. But so now that you have done podcast once in 15 days, I get to listen to some other podcast also. So I listen to something called Acquired. Every company has a story. A beautiful podcast. There is a Lenny's podcast, which is basically talks about product management. That's a great podcast. We all know Econ Talk. So the way you should read economics in one lesson, you should also listen to Econ Talk. That's amazing podcast. Work Life by Adam Grant. Then there is another Adam Grant Rethinking is another podcast that he has. The Knowledge Project by Shane Parrish. How I build this. There is a guy called Guy Rise. Beautiful podcast. Everything is everything. Yours is great. The diversification strategy. How your the shareholding should be dispersed so that all your eggs are not in one basket. I think this is a very early show that was there. Bagwe sir sent it to his partners and said that this is something that you must know, that you cannot have concentrated shareholding. You need to have a dispersed shareholding that generally increases your.
This is a family firms.
There's a family firms ke liye. That's a family firms.
I'm so glad Bagwe sir liked it.
Yeah, he liked it and he sent it to his all partners. He was very happy about that particular episode.
I will tell Ajay about this because this to me is a great sign that if such a man like the episode, like he's an expert who's kind of,
and this is when you know that what you're putting out makes some difference, that it goes to people who understand it, appreciate it, and who are who are influenced by it.
So I'll tell you a little story about this quickly. So sorry for the digression again, but it just kind of struck me that we went to Beer and the crew, Ajay, me, Namsita, Vaishnav, the crew, and we said we'll shoot 10 episodes over a week, right? And so we had to shoot 10 episodes because we spend money going there and all that, and all of it is from show budgets. So 10 episodes we had to shoot. So we started running out of ideas as the week was getting over, and then one day Ajay and I were meeting some viewers at a cafe, and one of them asked him, sir, what can we do about the tourism of Beer if we really care about it? If you were a thinker, if you were a policy person, what would you do? So Ajay started giving him advice, and I said, Ajay, because I have a keen eye for content, and I said, Ajay, this is content, we'll do an episode. So we did an episode, right? So it's a completely casual episode on Himachal tourism. Since that time, different people have got in touch with him about the episode, including 2 IAS officers in 2 different cities which are not even in Himachal. And they have said, we want to implement your ideas. Can we have a conversation with you? And they've had a conversation with Ajay. And they're actually implementing the ideas he spoke about in that episode. 2 IAS officers who are looking after whatever relevant parts of 2 different cities.
Much respect for both of them.
Yeah.
Much respect
for both of them for being open to learning, and also for Ajay for casually he's throwing off these ideas. I tell him, let's make it an episode. We make it an episode, and to have this kind of an impact. And the whole thing is, if that was a fortnightly show, that episode would not exist.
Yeah.
It's a weekly show. We are under the pressure कि हर हफ्ते करना है, हर Friday को कुछ करना है. So we do what appears to be a throwaway idea, and suddenly you find it is impactful. And which is why I say that volume is important. काम करते रहो, करते रहो,
Absolutely.
करते रहो. You never know what comes from it. But I'm sorry to go back to how
No,
frameworks.
so great. So everything was something. HBR podcast, IdeaCast is very good. Then Rethinking by Adam Grant again, very good. Deep Questions by Cal Newport. Very good podcast. So these are these are my go-to podcasts when Seen Unseen is not happening.
I'm sorry, I made it fortnightly, but it is what it is.
Yes, Naren.
Narendra
Yeah,
sir.
so almost everything that I was going to recommend, Sudhir jumped the gun, and what a list of recommendations. Two things I will add. One is Dwarkesh Patel's awesome podcast.
It's very good.
He
Yeah.
Wow, very
mostly
good.
talks about AI,
Yeah, yeah.
but he talks about a lot of things. I just love that. He has a different way of saying, and he's excellent at what he does. And then very recently discovered this lady named Hannah Fry. She's a mathematician who's a British lady whose mission is to popularize mathematics, but she is very charming and very interesting. So I just saw a few shorts, and just like yesterday, and now I'm really intrigued, and I want to listen to more of Hannah Fry. But do check out Hannah Fry. Lovely string of little YouTube videos. Yeah.
Can't wait to check out everything that you mentioned. I'll also give a recommendation. Can I give a recommendation?
Please.
There's a site called How Frameworks, if you've heard of it. And I have a discount code for it, which is Seen Unseen. So kindly go out there and get your discount. It's an awesome site. Look, for me, you know what the biggest kind of drug in the world for me, what really gets my dopamine going and makes me feel alive, is just learning. You know, I keep quoting Bob Dylan these days. He not busy being born is busy dying. Right, so new ideas, new frameworks, new ways to think about the world, that is very much the whole game. So even though it seems redundant because it will obviously be successful, but I wish you all success in this endeavor, Sudhir, and hopefully one day you can come back and talk about the grand success of this venture and what you are doing with your millions or billions, and actually that's not even your freaking aim. You just want to transform this whole sector in India, as it were, and I'm sure you'll succeed.
Yeah. And I think the statistics very clearly says that if MSMEs are around 38 to 40%, and if you can bring at least couple of percentage difference, so many million people will come out of poverty, and that's going to be the noble work that we will really be doing. The success will happen, that we know, but then the ultimate unseen effect of this particular activity is going to be immense, and that's going to be the real game changer.
Firms are the whole story. And I also think that, Naren, there is still one more business idea in you, which is how to look so handsome and fit at 60. For my listeners, Naren recently turned 60. Sudhir and I were two of the fortunate people invited to his 60th birthday party. And you're looking damn good today, boss. And you're like so fit. And what's going on, boss?
I do something so incremental, right? So compound, the power of compounding. I joined this online yoga course, and I do it every single morning.
Wow.
It's called Habuild, Habuild. And it's very nice. I urge everyone to check it out. It looks extremely lallu, but it's quite... it takes quite a bit
the
of
Habuild
effort.
people listening to this were so happy till this moment, till you said they looked extremely lallu. What?
So Sheila joined it first, right? And she would do it in the morning, and I would be sort of in my bed, and she would look so ridiculous, moving arms and legs like that. And then one day, for no specific reason, I think I had nothing better to do that morning, so I said I'll join too, and I was hooked. And I do it. I've never in 60 years been able to touch my own toes without bending my legs, which I can do now. Immensely proud of it. And if I can touch my own toes, whose toes can I not touch in the future? So that's...
I will take a long time to parse that, but you have gorgeous toes, so I can understand why you would want to touch them. Thank you both for your
Thank
time
you for
today.
having me. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's been a lovely conversation. Thanks.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Do sign up at How Frameworks if it interests you. And even if you don't have a firm, just the frameworks are fascinating and, it added a lot of value to me. I enjoyed it thoroughly. So do explore it. You can sign up for it using the discount code SEENUNSEEN. So check that out. You can follow Sudhir on Twitter at Sudhir Sarnobat. You can follow Naren at Shinoy N. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITBARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.